idea how important you are. If you're listening to this, you are the resistance.
Welcome to the Last American Vagabond Conscious Resistance Fundraiser, guys. We have a lot planned for today. I want to go over a few opening points before I already note that it looks like we have some censorship we're dealing with or some kind of a glitch with Rumble that I'll have to break off and try to fix while we're doing this. But I'd like to open with a few things to get started. Just Derrick, how are you this morning? Let's say hi before we started.
I'm doing great, brother. I feel good about this. Excited to do this with you. Happy to collaborate further with you, and excited that we have some guests and friends that are going to be showing up. So thanks to everybody who's here. We're live on my Twitter and my YouTube and all across Ryan's platforms, minus Rumble. And we just got a $100 donation. So things are going good.
All right. Well, I already got somebody who's going to have a prize coming their way. So I want to get started with a couple of opening things, just to kind of outline some of the things for today. Very excited about all of this, but I want to start with simply saying thank you to everybody. You know, however today goes, it already seems like it's going to have a, you know, it's already, we already have a bunch of donations coming in from yesterday, today, before we even started. Just, you know, honored and that you guys already see that in what we're doing, you know. But I want to say thank you to everybody out there for all the support you've given us for over all the different years, both for a Conscious Resistance as a platform, the Last American Vagabond platform, our overlapping work together, and just how much, you know, as we've said so many times of the year, we can't do this without you. And as much as, you know, sure, we could do work and we could post things, but without your guys' support, this would not be the way it is. So just thank you. It means a lot to both of us.
Yeah, can I just add to that real quick, brother? I just, from my side, just want to also extend gratitude. Ryan and I have been collaborating together going on 6 years. It'll be 6 years of this May. We started working together May 2020, sort of had been aware of each other's work from a distance over the years, but decided to start working closer together. Really, Ryan, you offered me a writing gig, which is always, valuable for me as a writer and as a journalist. And over the last 5.5, almost 6 years, we've done all kinds of great work. So today, throughout the stream, in addition to having guests and friends pop in, we will be reviewing some of the different investigations that I've written and things that we've collaborated, interviews we've done, including exclusive stories that we've broke specifically at TLAV that nobody else has touched on, that people like yourselves, sources reached out to us and said, hey, I have a story. I trust you guys with it. Will you write about this? Will you report on this? And I just feel grateful and humbled that people trust me and trust our work and feel, that they can trust us and that we'll give it a respectful look, all the things they share with us, and that we'll report on it honestly. So just really grateful to be here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Echo that entirely. So I want to start with a couple of things in regard to the guide and where to go if you guys want to support the platform. So first, I'll bring this up just to show where the kind of outline is and where to go. So we've set this up on Give, Send, Go, and I want to here's the actual location of this. It's posted on, I think, Derrick's website, my website, on the social media out there. So this is the TLAV and Conscious Resistance Fundraiser page where we're asking everybody to funnel to send their donations for today's event, because what we're going to do is split this between our platforms. If you want to go donate to the Conscious Resistance directly, please do so. If you want to go to TLAV directly and donate, please do so. But this will be the only way we split this from today's event. On top of that, what we're going to be doing, sort of like last time, two things. We've invited tons of people. We already have two ready to join us to start. And really the plan was no set times other than a couple of specifics for people who have schedules. It's kind of a free-for-all. People come in when they can, say hi for a couple minutes, stay the whole time. It's going to be a fun event where people are coming and going, and we're going to just kind of engage as we go forward, talk about their work, our work, stories about what they've done with us, and it'll be a good time. And what we're going to be doing with the prizes is essentially, I'll show them right here. I put an update on the page. Oops, wrong button here. There we go. So here's how this outlines. Basically, like we did last time, we'll be keeping track of the first people to donate a certain amount since we've started. And so the first 5 people to donate $25 will get a TLAV sticker. And these aren't necessarily representative of what they're worth. It's sort of like just donate this much and you get this as a benefit giveaway, donate and a free thing we're giving away kind of idea. And so the first 5 people to donate 25 will get a TLAV sticker. And what we will do is keep track of who donated it. We'll reach out to you via email if you were one of the first ones, and we'll send those out afterward like we did last time. Derrick is going to give away a book of your choice of his, and the first 5 people to donate $50. And you don't get the ones over the top. It's just pretty much to make this work. It's $50. If you donate that amount, you get the book. Zoe is going to donate a signed book. She'll be joining us today, and with a digital version as well. And first to donate over $75. I have some seed packs that I'm going to be giving away first 10 people donate over $100, and I've got most of the stuff sitting right here that I'll be showing you as we go, and we'll be sending that out as well. I have a survival kit that's sort of just like a put in your car, kind of all boxes check survival kit. And I just love those things, and I have one of those I'll give away for the first person to donate over $150. I've got 2 Logitech webcams that I have that I don't use anymore, and there are 2 of them that are about mid-rung. They're good ones in my opinion, but we've gotten some better ones over the years, so we'll be giving away these 2 for the first person to donate over $200, first 2 people. Signed microphone that we have signed from, and we're going to give away last time, but the person graciously ended up saying that they would just rather us keep using it. It's actually one that we don't use, so if somebody would like to take that, the first person to donate over $500 will give that microphone signed. And then I have listed a one-on-one meeting with me. Well, we can define that amongst ourselves. It's kind of a meeting we can get to touch base on news and everything else for the first person to donate over $1,000. And one is Derrick, one is me. And so the first 2 people essentially. And really it's just all about donating and supporting the platform, And so at the end of the day, we might add some more things at the bottom and they'll be listed there for you guys. Last thing I want to say before we get started, for those who already donated over the last couple of days, I can't even express how grateful we are that you guys are, support our work that much. Unfortunately, for the way this works, it'll be people posting going forward. So thank you for your support thus far. And then on that note, I want to say one thing in regard to somebody who can't join today, who decided to write something, Ava Bartlett. She wanted to make sure to join today and ultimately had something happen. And so she asked me to read this. She said, I appreciate the work that Ryan has done over the years at TLAV and has supported it to independent journalists, including myself. He has given me many opportunities to speak of my journalism in Syria, Gaza, Donbass, and more. And then she lists off a bunch of our different work, which I'll include the link to for you guys to see. It's just a link to all the different times we've interviewed her over the years. And just, her work is absolutely stellar. And on that note, guys, we'll go ahead and get into some of the guests we have. We have plans, like Derrick said, to get into past work that he's done, which is amazing.
Let me add into that real quick before we bring on our guests, just to reiterate that. I just wanted to just emphasize what Ryan was saying there as far as like donating and supporting here. I went ahead before we started this stream and I added up all of the numbers that Ryan and I have. We're both on Twitter. We're both on Telegram. Ryan's on Rumble. We have Odyssey. We've got BitChute. And then I'm on Facebook, YouTube. Ryan's doing pirate streams on Facebook, on YouTube. We've got email lists, Instagram even. And when you add all that up between Ryan and I, we have a combined subscriber count of 482,000. So we're easily reaching 500,000 people plus 500,000 people through our combined work. And what we're doing today is really just asking those of you out there in our audience who support the work that we do, whether it's my written articles, investigations, Ryan's daily breakdowns of all the propaganda and helping you see through the lies, and the interviews we do together and the documentary work that I've done and some of the things that we have planned for this coming year. If you're one of those 582,000 people who are 500,000 people who are following and supporting, if just 5% of you guys donated $25, we would hit our goal, because today our goal is, and it seems maybe big to some of you, but it's $50,000. That would be split right down the middle between Ryan and I, which is really $25,000 each. Not a lot of money, but that'll at least get us so we can go through the rest of the year, that I can be paid for my writing. Ryan can have some cash in his pocket to continue doing what he's doing. And then we'll see where the rest of the year takes us. But that's what we're asking for, is if you support what we've done and what we have planned for the future, please just support how you can. $25 from all of you would really, we'd hit the goal within an hour or two if everybody does that. So I just wanted to make that note. And thank you again, everybody who has already donated.
Yeah. And I'll say, like I said, my discussion from the show is that my goal, and I believe our goal is to, not just make this a roundabout usual thing. If it has to be, so be it. But the idea would be try to build something to where we don't have to keep doing this, right? To build some kind of a base where we're not reliant on, everything we have so far, and because of all the censorship and attacks, which I'm sure we'll touch on, the many different things. And I'll even note that, by the way, right now, I was just speaking with my lawyer, our LLC is under attack as well. Just, every day there's something new. Right now, they're trying to stop it from being renewed, which then makes me more vulnerable to lawsuits. And, personally, it's just the way this goes. And we're going to keep doing this because we believe in it. But let's go ahead and bring in some of the guests that are already here. It looks like we have 7 C's and Charlie Robinson and Taylor Hudak already here to join. And while I'm doing that, guys, I'll say hi, but I'll have to break away for a second and find out why Rumble is not letting us stream right now. So, hey, guys.
Bring everybody on.
Thanks for joining today already, and it's an honor to have you here. So we can start with Taylor, since she's a TLAV member, part of the TLAV community family, rather. And just, throw it to you guys and talk about whatever you'd like, your work, stories you have about working with us, just upcoming current events, whatever's going on. So, well, Taylor just pulled back. So, there she is. Okay. So Taylor, I'll throw it to you first.
Thanks for being here, Taylor.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Thank you for the invite. Thanks for hosting this, and nice to meet you, Charlie. I don't think we have met before. I'm Taylor. Nice to meet you. I love doing these streams because we can all connect. Also, you two, 7Cs, good to see you.
Likewise.
I just want to, I don't have too much time. If I could be here longer, I absolutely would, but I just want to extend, of course, a thank you to TLAV, to you, Ryan, in particular. It's been a little while since I last posted or did some work for you. But my last piece, and we'll have some coming up in 2026, but my last piece, of course, the Arne Burkhardt interview, I can't thank you enough for sponsoring that, for encouraging me with that report. It took a very long time to get that work done. And it is honestly, to this day, probably the piece that I am most proud of, really. For those who aren't familiar with it, I had an interview with pathologist, Professor Dr. Arne Burkhardt in Germany. And unfortunately, after we recorded this interview back in April of 2023, I can't believe it's going on 3 years now. But we recorded it April of 2023. And then unfortunately, he passed away just a few weeks later under very mysterious circumstances. Honestly, it really concerns me as to how he passed away, because I feel like the answers, we still don't have answers with that. But his work was extraordinary. He was able to show that many people were dying of the COVID vaccine, and that it wasn't caused by the virus, but the vaccine. And he was one of the first people in the world to do this work, which has since been replicated in various countries. So that was published through the Last American Vagabond. And I'm very, very proud of that work, and for your guidance, your leadership, and encouragement as well. And to work also alongside others here, including you, Derrick, who has published really great work. And to kind of switch to a different note here, I saw something that you posted, Derrick, yesterday that I agree with completely. And this also just reiterates why we need so much support from the broader community, the viewers, the readers, is that, we are able to publish and put out work that is original content. It's not just reacting to the headlines, to the news. I mean, that is just so important, because we know, and I know it's easy to say that so much of the information that's being put forth is largely a distraction. It's easy to say that, but truly that's what we're dealing with, and can look towards potentially in 2026. So it is really good to have original content, and I'm honored to be a part of it. So thank you.
Awesome. Taylor, thank you for all the work you've done, just independently, but also with TLAV. Obviously, as part of the team, I'm always, keeping an eye on what you're up to. And I appreciate that you are really trying to, keep strong to the actual journalism side of independent media. I know we're going to talk to all kinds of people today, and amongst our friends, not everybody does consider themselves a journalist. Some, consider themselves commentators or podcasters, but I definitely feel very strongly myself about wearing that label of journalist and using it in the sense of actually breaking stories, like you said, not just commenting on the mainstream news from a different perspective, or commenting on who's having a feud within who else in the independent media, but actually breaking and, real stories and getting sources and developing it. And that's something I take very seriously, and I know you do too. So thank you for being a part of the TLAV team.
And thank you for your kind words, Taylor. It means a lot to me. And before we introduce the people who just jumped on, I just will say, on that note of your work, I agree. And I think this is easily one of the pieces of work on TLAV that I'm most proud of, and that you put all the work into. Absolutely amazing work on this. And I'll just note from what Derrick was saying, this is one that was something, it's what Derrick is talking about. We spent a lot of money to put this together in regard to the cameras and the filming and the whole thing. And it was 100 times over worth it, because this is probably one of the most important pieces within the COVID conversation. He's somebody who came back out of retirement to make this case, very respected. And yeah, he died very mysteriously. And the story is very much worth your time, and it will blow your mind if you haven't seen it. She goes through piece by piece with scientific evidence. It's mind blowing. So thank you again for that, Taylor. We have Ricky, who's joining us, as well as Tim Hincliffe, and you guys can jump in and say hi if you want. Anybody, it's going to be kind of a free for all today, guys. So feel free to
I'll
jump in.
I'll make a note real quick, Ryan, just to, on terms of the fundraiser. I will say that Ryan Yeomans, he donated $100 just a few minutes ago. So he would be the first person to claim the seed pack from your garden. So congratulations to him. And then somebody else who just put anonymous, who I'm sure will get their information, they donated $50. So they would be the first to collect a copy of any of my books if you're interested. And then another anonymous person, $25 to collect a TLAV sticker.
Nice. Well, if they're anonymous, I don't believe we don't have it in the background, or we might. Maybe I think we do. But
I think it gives you the info in the back end, but they just don't want their name public.
Right. So we'll check with them afterward to see if they'd like it first. Keep that running list. So Charlie, since you're here first, or 7Cs, you guys want to jump in and say something?
Well, I'd like to contribute a book. I'll sign a book. If you want to sell a Octopus of Global Control book, just message me their address when this is all wrapped up, and
perfect.
I'm happy to do that.
So we'll Derrick will add that to the same listing of the other two, and so just make it a third one, and I'll include that. So if you guys listening, one more added to the book list, I'll add that to the list after we're done for Charlie's book. So thank you, Charlie. Appreciate that, man.
You're welcome.
We'll go to 7Cs. Why don't you jump in and say hi, brother, and then we'll go to the other two.
Hey, thank you guys so much for having me. Really an honor to get an invite here. I've been actually fans of your guys long before I actually started doing anything myself, or providing any sort of content, and really kind of helped put a lot of things into perspective as I was sort of going into this and asking myself like the difficult questions of the different obstacles that I would face, just based on like the censorship and pushback that you guys have sort of experienced and shared your experiences with. And really just kind of feel honored to call you guys like my peers and associates in this space. And the work that you guys have done, and I've done my best to like sort of build on top of that and take it in different directions and stuff that I think, is necessary for all of us to kind of have these different areas of overlap and separate coverage of things, because there is so much truth out there that is kind of hidden, that it's important to make sure that we're hitting all of those avenues. And so I really appreciate the diversity of like the content that gets shared amongst my peers here, and everyone's penchant just for truth telling above everything else.
And you do some great mapping of the connections. Be sure to shout out where people can find your work too, for those who haven't come across you. If you haven't, I highly recommend checking out his work, because as I said, you do a great job of really just detailing relationships and connections that people might not necessarily always see from the surface level.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I post mostly on X, Twitter, but I also do live streams as well on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter, and it's essentially like opening up research and kind of doing it all like live and in front of a camera, where we like vet and verify sources, and that the audience can participate as well and provide different sources and different avenues to go down. So it's really a nice way to involve people that maybe have information that I'm not privy to, and things like that. And then providing that visualization, I think, is really impactful. Just personally, like going from article to article, sometimes it can be hard to like keep everything into perspective. So being able to like have that and zoom out and reference different things, and just always have those in my back pocket and sharing those out for other people as well. It's kind of become like a passion project of mine. Thanks, Derrick.
Yeah, awesome. Ricky, how you doing, brother? Thanks for being here, man. It's been a while since we've caught up, but thanks for joining the TLAV TCR stream. How you doing, man? What you working on?
Good. Thanks for having me. I always appreciate, helping out any way I can and trying to get people to support independent content. So, I'm glad to jump on and remind people that the only way we can continue is with their support. And it doesn't have to be financial. I tell my listeners all the time, obviously the algorithms are typically suppressing much of our work. So, tweeting, comments, anything you can do to kind of just help the algorithms favor, hopefully, some of our stuff, that goes a long way. I know a lot of people are struggling or whatnot. So I know going into the piggy bank is difficult, but there are plenty of ways you can support, creating clips, any of that type of stuff, goes a long way. So yeah, keep supporting content creators like us. I think during COVID, much of our work, I think people saw how important it was to, just have people like us that are willing to go against the grain, willing to do what's not popular, and say things that are truthful, even if it creates a little bit of friction in our own personal lives and online and whatnot. So hopefully people don't forget that when, I know I can swear on here, when shit hits the fan, we're going to be there, and we're going to try to do our best to give you truth and honest, information. And if we're wrong, it's not because we're trying to mislead you like many other people. We're wrong, it's because we're trying to find the truth. And in that fog of war, usually truth is the first casualty. So sometimes it takes a while to kind of go through that. So yeah, just I guess I just want to remind the listeners and people out there who do enjoy much of our work that the support does go a long way. And when you find people that are honest and really care and are sincere, support them, because like I said, when shit hits the fan, we're the ones who are going to be out there putting everything on the line, getting kicked off Patreon and PayPal and everywhere, just to do what we think morally is right. So yeah, support if you can.
I love that sentiment, and I'll add to that too that there are people out there that are acting with what they with good intention, who believe what they're doing is right, who may be doing the wrong thing, and maybe we think that and we're wrong. But the point would be that I think it's an important thing to recognize with all the chaos today is that not everybody is inherently deceptive, or like maliciously misguiding. And there's a lot of people out there that would benefit from information that we might have if we can bring it in a way that might open their mind to it, as opposed to, right now it's just evolving into so much hatred against each other. And I think it's important to note that. And so like you're saying, genuine people is where it really matters, and, trying to tap into that. I will say before we go to the next people, it looks like something at Rumble, they're claiming our API is no longer valid. I just tried to start a new one, the same thing. So I don't know what's going on there. Rumble, so we're not going to have this streaming on Rumble today. No less than expected, I guess, right? Some things like this, as well as the YouTube side seems to be having some problems, but so be it. So let's continue to go around to who we haven't talked to. I think Tim was next who jumped in. Tim, how are you today, brother?
Hey, I'm doing great. Nice to see you all. Such a great cause, everything going on. I was just thinking back of when how I first come to know TLAV, and it was through Derrick Broze there, because he was doing something. And I remember the first time I heard about it was in April 2021. Is the first time everyone came on my radar. And Derrick was doing the Greater Reset. And I remember taking notes, and I put some stuff in WordPress of the sociable. I was about to do an article, and I was like, actually, I don't understand everything that's going on. I need to dig a little bit deeper. I remember in my notes, I put Derrick's name as Derrick Bozeman. So yeah, I didn't know who he was. But then that brought me back to everything with TLAV. Like when I started writing about stuff, COVID-1984, the Great Reset, I was a little late to it. So it was like around October, November of 2020. So then every time that I thought I had an original idea or something, a scoop that I was going to go report on, I hated looking at TLAV, because then I go see about 5 months back, you already wrote something about it. Or it could have been Whitney, or it could have been anyone, like Cyber Polygon, other stuff. So like everything, I was like, oh my goodness, who else is writing about this? Who else knows about this? And I'd start writing, I'd look, I see one of their headlines, I go, shoot, dang it, they got there first. So, and ever since then, you guys have just been a beacon. And also, Brian, with you on TLAV Tuesdays, with AM Wake Up. And so for the past 5 years or more, seeing all of you is just broadened my horizons. It's always great information. And yeah, and it's great to see other 7Cs come along, and the rest of you, gosh, what a great group. And yeah, this is, you got a great thing going on. Thank you.
Thanks for that shout out, Tim. And yeah, for those who don't know Tim at Sociable, check out his work, because I count you kind of in the same way, brother. Like if I'm busy working on something else, I can pretty much count that I'm going to go to your website and you're going to have picked up the latest news about digital ID or, this sort of biometrics. Like that is one of the areas that I know that you focus on highly. And also I think being out of the US, spending time in South America, like you have, that gives you another perspective as well that a lot of folks based in the US don't have. So just want to, give you your props too, man. And thanks for being here to support us.
Yeah. And I think the group is this is pretty much everyone that's going to be coming through here today. I guarantee there will be different opinions, things that we might even disagree on strongly, but it's the point made about genuine, people that you're going to see coming through here are people that we see that way, that are fighting for what they believe in with good intention. And I mean, that means everything to me, so I agree with you, Tim, and thank you for noting on that. Destiny, how are you? It's great to see you here. You're muted.
I know. I got excited ahead of myself. It's good to be here. Hi, everybody. It's really an honor to be on the stage with so many greats. I recognize many faces and many names. I started I guess my journey was with Ryan, was who I first met out of this entire group. And he was actually the first person to interview me, I think, like a serious interview ever. I think that was my very first one, was with you back in like 2022, I think, or 23. And with COVID research. And I was so elated to find somebody else that finally cared about the kind of complex situation that I cared about, and diving deep into CIA and NQTEL and, the whole manufacturing of the entire pandemic. And it was a relief, because for a long time, until you meet other pundits and you meet other people who enjoy research, you feel completely nuts. You feel like a psychopath. I did, at least. And it was nice to know that at least if I'm crazy, I'm not alone. And so that made me feel good. But it's been a really great ride. And meeting Derrick online has been a while now too. I love Derrick's work. I think I stumbled onto him with the Finders, which is one of my passions. That story is an incredible one, and his work on it is incredible. And the documentary, and I was like, I gotta find this person, stalk him online and see if I can get some questions out of him about it. And just one of the things that I've admired the most with especially Ryan, Derrick, just like what you said, the purpose was for the panel here today. There is very few voices I trust out there. I think I'm a full-blown conspiracy theorist in the eyes of the establishment. And so for me, I want the people who don't mind getting that title, if it means putting out what's real and what's true, and trusting, everyone's wrong. I'm wrong all the time. But when you really have that passion and you really have that need to break the barrier and to not be held down by the labels, it's really refreshing. And I really see this as the movement forward for media. This is the only path forward I see, really, is groups like this and people like you guys.
Well, thank you, Destiny. It means a lot.
Thank you, Desi.
Yeah, it's such an honor to be here with all of you right now. So thank you for all of your kind words. Brad, you were next in. Etienne, good to see you, brother. We'll go to you next. And I'll just say before you start in general that, this is, like I said, sort of free for all. So we'll go through just kind of saying hi and everything, but you guys feel free to stay as long as you want, jump in, have conversations, let's just see where it goes. But Brad,
Ryan, real quick, are you live on DLive? Is that still a thing?
I very well might be somehow, but you know what? I am actually
Somebody just donated from DLive $100. Tom Luke, you just won one of the seed packs from Ryan. So I just wanted to mention that, because I hadn't heard of DLive in a while. I didn't even know it was still around.
Yeah, I noticed that it was still active, because I had stopped using it because for some weird reason they wouldn't list me under the news category. I was like, even this platform. And then ultimately, I think just it changed over a few times, and I noticed it was working and it was back. It was the right way, and so I just put the tab back on. It's funny. It's anywhere it can go, someone see one person sees it, then it's worth it. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Good to see everybody. Ryan, Derrick, good to see you guys. Derrick, I followed your work for a while, a couple of years, though I don't know that you and I have ever corresponded directly, but glad to see you. I am familiar with your work and familiar with some of the latest work that you've done that I think is top notch. Ryan, obviously you and I have worked together a bit. You've had me on your show a couple of times, and I first became familiar with both of you a couple of years ago. And it was as we were all trying to navigate, all things COVID a couple of years ago. And most of us were trying to, we all had more questions than answers. We were all trying to figure out exactly what was happening. And Ryan, I remember tuning into a lot of what you were sharing kind of in that early period as we were all trying to figure out, okay, what are we being told? What of what we're being told is probably not true, and why? And so one thing that I respect from you guys is one, the courage to go against the grain. And a lot of you others that are in here as well, that's a trait that you also exhibit. You're not afraid to sometimes be the lone voice out there, because often many people who think like us are ostracized by people who have bigger platforms, or sometimes even in the real world with our own friends and families, we are sometimes ostracized. So I appreciate your courage. And also I appreciate, kind of the power of the question, right? Sometimes when we try to navigate these spaces, the answers are few and the questions are many, but we often can't get to the true answers without asking a lot of questions. And sometimes the questions don't necessarily yield what we want to yield. And again, it just goes back to the courage of saying, hey, I'm asking some uncomfortable questions and I'm getting some uncomfortable answers, maybe even answers that I wish were not so. But instead of turning away from those, I'm going to turn into it and embrace it out of a desire for the truth, even when that truth is uncomfortable. So appreciate what you guys are doing, and just urge you to keep doing what you're doing. And I'm here to applaud you along the way, both of you.
Hey, Brad, shout out to you as well, man. I do see your work out there, and yeah, we haven't connected yet, but let's change that this year. I'd love to talk with you and do an interview. I always see you out there busting out truth bombs and doing your best out there. It's funny because I see everybody here on the various platforms, and every now and then I might see one of you amidst the sea of craziness, whatever the latest craziness is, and it's like, okay, I see you over there. There's still some sanity amidst all this nonsense. So thanks for doing what you do, man.
Yeah. Likewise.
Awesome. Man, thanks, Brad. And I really do enjoy your interviews. I recommend you guys check them. We've won 3 now, I think, and I think they're all very much worth your time. And every time we talk, we bring it to a new level. So we'll have to do that again soon. Etienne, how are you, brother? It's good to see you, man. Thanks for taking the time.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. For those that aren't familiar with my work, I'm Etienne de la Bouissy Squared. I'm the founder of the Art of Liberty Foundation. We're a startup voluntarist public policy organization, and we expose the illegitimacy and the criminality of government from a principled voluntarist standpoint. I'm the author of a book called Government, the Biggest Scam in History, and my brand new book is To See the Cage is to Leave It, 25 techniques the few use to control the many. And, what I'm doing is I'm really exposing that government is a technique used to rob and control populations. It's always illegitimate. You can't have a legitimate government. And that is a worldview that is very much against the grain, because what I'm exposing in the books and through our foundation is that government is being indoctrinated into the population as a kind of a pseudo religion. And so one of the things that I'm glad to be here supporting is both, Derrick and the Last American Vagabond, because these are a few of the platforms that are not afraid to say that government is illegitimate on its face, even though that is an unpopular opinion, and that goes against the indoctrination of the mandatory government school. It goes against the indoctrination of Hollywood, making government the hero in every movie and television show. It goes against the indoctrination of the monopoly media system, where you've got a small handful of cartel companies running hundreds and hundreds of subsidiaries, where government is legitimate on every single channel, even though it's not. And even though government is the system being used to rob and control the population, it's the system that allows fractional reserve banking to steal the value out of everybody's money. And so I wanted to just, pop in and support, both of you guys for having the courage to say that, that government is illegitimate in a world where that goes against this monopoly indoctrination and control of perception system, where a lot of people have invested themselves in the government. A lot of people work for the government. It can be a very unpopular position, but it has to be said. And I wanted to salute you guys for having the courage to say it.
Well, thanks for being here, brother. Thanks for the work you do.
Yeah, and I'll say, you, Derrick, Larkin Rose were some of the earlier people that I saw that opened my mind to, beyond just the critical of the government circumstance, but like maybe we can think beyond them existing. That's an interesting thought. And my mind jumped right at that. Like, oh, I like something beyond the normal. And so really appreciate all of your work on that. It's very much worth your time to check out the work they've done. I will say really quickly, Zoe's in the background. I didn't know we could only have 10 people at a time. That might be something new. So just hang out, Zoe, until somebody comes and goes, and we'll let you in.
Brian, if we could, while we wait to bring on Zoe, I'd like to get some thoughts from everybody who's here now. And even I'm happy to pop off for a moment if you want to bring on Zoe. But maybe one of the things we could show, just to highlight again for everybody who's just tuning in, we're doing a fundraiser between myself, my website, The Conscious Resistance, and Ryan and the Last American Vagabond. And we've got friends and guests here who we've worked with and collaborated with over the years. I want to show just an example of the type of content that Ryan and I do, and the team at TLAV does. that I believe sets us apart from a lot of the mainstream alternative media. Ryan, if you don't mind pulling up my latest article that we just released on Wednesday, and I just released an interview on Thursday. I'd love to get everybody's thoughts here because I know it's something you guys will be curious about. So a couple months back, I had a source reach out to me, a United Nations employee. He's now gone public. His name's Alexander Ray, but he reached out to me a few months ago and said, hey, I'm currently working in the UN and I have a story to tell. The UN, for those who don't know, they started rolling out their own internal digital ID program back in 2020, and it's been kind of getting more and more progressive. It went fully live in 2025. And so Alex, as an employee, they're starting to be notified that they need to sign up for this digital ID program. And he starts to ask questions. And as we show there's copies of the emails that he sent me. And he basically starts to say, well, what about data security? What about privacy? What about consent? And all these kinds of things. He's essentially ignored. He tries to file a complaint to the proper department, basically gets told it's not anything they're going to investigate. He decides to do his own informal survey of his colleagues, and he sends it out to about 20 people. And Brian, go to that survey real quick. If you can show that one screenshot, there's it just as a sample, like he only was able to send this out to 20 people before he got an email from his superior and said, hey, you're not allowed to circulate surveys. Stop doing that. But as you can see here, the question he asked is, what was it? Do you feel that UN needs a staff digital ID? And of all the people who were surveyed, 84% said no. And he asked them 4 other questions. One of them was like, are you aware of the terms of service? The vast majority of them said no. Do you think it's necessary, et cetera, et cetera? And overwhelmingly, all these UN employees were not in favor of the digital ID. And ultimately, though, they didn't investigate. They closed the whole matter, and he decided he needed to leave. And so he quit. His employment after 6 years officially ended in December of just 2025, so a month ago. So we've been working on this story. He was providing me with internal emails and communications from the United Nations. And on Wednesday, we finally published this exclusive story. Yesterday, I released a new interview with him on my website on the Conscious Resistance. And I just want to share that not only would I like to get everybody's opinions and thoughts on this. I mean, I know it's no big surprise to most of us here, but for me, the reason I think stories like this are important is 2 reasons. For one, as a journalist, especially an independent journalist that doesn't have the backing of the New York Times or something, it feels good when somebody says, hey, I trust you. I trust your work. And I want to, give you my story. I want you to help me shepherd this out into the public. And I'm willing to give you data that I won't share with anybody else. That feels good because we don't have the big corporate backing and that most people expect from what they know as news. So that I think also it kind of gives us more credibility to say, look, we're getting United Nations employees who want to share their stories. And that's just one example. We'll go through more throughout the live stream today. But also I think it's important because even though the digital ID thing, everybody here and most of our audiences is very aware of the concerns around it, I feel like stories like that are good to take to your normie friend, mom, brother, and sister who thinks, okay, you're just some crazy conspiracy theorist. Well, look here, mom, here's a United Nations employee saying like, they're not putting proper protections in place for their own employees. So why should we trust them when they're funding, digital ID programs around the world? And that's what we're going to explore in the second part of this series. He's got more information he's going to share with me. But I just wanted to bring that to the table as an example of the kind of work we're doing at TLAV, the kind of journalism I'm doing at the Conscious Resistance. And I would love to hear any thoughts on that story itself, or what you guys think it might add to the overall conversation.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and just pull myself back. I'm not leaving, and I'll let Zoe jump in, and she can give her thoughts, and we can jump to her next. So go ahead, Zoe.
Hey, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Thanks for being here.
I actually read that this morning. I thought it was a great article, and I'm facing a very similar issue with digital ID myself that I just ran into. So to kind of build on that, this is where I think this is going. I think it's kind of going to be a boiling frog situation. I don't think they're going to announce it. And I think they've been building the cage while we've been distracted with war and endless psyops and this like ridiculous news cycle. I think Operation Stargate is definitely very well in effect. And what I'm experiencing is like just this last week, I decided I'm going to have to go back to work. And so I'm going to try and get certified to be a medical coder again for various reasons. And so I paid for my membership, and then I went to look at the criteria to sit for a test. Before, it was just you had to give 2 forms of ID and then sit for a 5-hour test at a testing center. Now they have a form that says biometrics policy. And when you walk in, you're going to now have to give a palm vein print, a hand signature, which they list is biometrics in their biometrics policy, and a face scan. And I said, I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to be locked out. So that's going to prevent me from getting a job. And then people, I think, are slowly going to have these kinds of checks and balances built behind them. So like currently everybody that's in the field now has been grandfathered in because they didn't have to do that. But anyone else walking in is going to have to undergo this whole biometrics collection process. And they're going to make it so hard to live. Like you're not going to be able to rent anywhere. You're not going to be able to get a home. You're really not going to be able to survive if you can't earn an income. And they're going to make it difficult in various ways, just like with the COVID thing, which was the template. They're going to enact it through different organizations that are the gatekeepers to the things that you need to survive in life.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, like you said, they're implementing these systems all kinds of places. I'm here in Mexico, and even in Mexico, where there's not as much infrastructure as there is in terms of digital infrastructure in much of the country. They're passing laws claiming that by the summer, people who don't get biometric, it's called the CURP. It's basically like a social security, but they're making it biometric now. They're saying people who don't do that their phone service and internet service will be turned off. I'm highly skeptical they're going to be able to implement it in Mexico because of just, like I said, the lack of infrastructure. Sure, maybe in Mexico City or major cities, but so far nothing has changed. But even the fact that is being discussed, and that is...
Oh, I already ran into that in Tucson.
Yeah.
That happened to me. I was living in Tucson. This was 2023. So this is a couple years ago. And I went to get internet service, and they couldn't verify my identity by my phone number or by my email because I have an encrypted email. It's not registered to my name. I have a phone number that's not registered to my name. So they couldn't verify my ID through the phone. And the lady on the phone was like, I've never had this happen before. I can't figure out what's going on. You're going to have to go down to the office, like to Comcast. I think it was a company called Cox, but same difference, your internet provider. So I go down there. And I give them my ID and I give them my phone number and I say, I'm trying to start service. I have an account number. And they told me I just have to show you my ID so you can verify who I am. And the guy disappears for a long time. And then he comes back and he has this big machine and he's like, okay. And he just puts it in my face, doesn't tell me what it is. And I'm like, is that facial recognition? And he goes, yeah, that's how we're going to verify your ID. I'm like, no, I'm not going to consent to that. And so he goes and he disappears again for a long time. And his boss comes back and goes, okay, there is an opt-out. We have a default face. So we're going to put the default face in, and then we can take your ID, and then you can get internet service.
Wouldn't it be nice if they told you there's an opt-out before they put the dang thing in your face? It's the same thing with the airport rolling it out. If you step in front of the camera where they're testing it on U.S. airports, they'll take your picture. Like I always kind of stand off to the side. Here's my passport, just because otherwise they'll take the picture without even saying anything.
Yeah,
I had that happen to me I made it a grand total of 5 hours into 2026 before I had my first argument with TSA. Mm-hmm. Same thing. I said, he said, you put your ID in the slot before you told us that you didn't want to take the picture. I said, who cares? And
I went through Miami 2 weeks ago. Same thing. So first, coming from Colombia to Miami a couple weeks ago, first thing you do going through immigration, they have 5 screens up there, cameras, tablets. They said, step in front of here, 5 people. I'm like, nope, step aside. So then I went into the agent. There's only one agent stamping passports, not stamping, just looking at that. The first thing he does is puts up a camera after I already opted out of the facial recognition. So that's 2 times in about 5 minutes. So I opted out of that. Then you have to go through security again and going through the metal detectors and whatever. It's once again, facial recognition, opt out of that. And then before getting on the plane, facial recognition. I had to opt out of 4 facial recognitions in one go through, just one connection.
Yeah, actually, I've traveled several times between the US and the EU because I'm based in Hungary. And I was stunned at how advanced in such a short amount of time they have been with these new digital controls, because I don't remember having to or at least you can opt out of it. Not many people do, but I never remember in the past the face scan prior to boarding your plane, at least to get back into the EU. But they're doing that now. And unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, everybody is distracted about this argument with this person, this other distraction. And so again, why it's so important to focus on stories like these. I know Derrick isn't here anymore, but I did want to congratulate him on that report. So important because so many of us here have experienced these issues related to this very real threat, which is a digitization of our society. But I do need to jump off. So I will leave it there. I wish I had more time with you guys. It's good to see you all. Good to meet some of you as well. And yes, please support the Last American Vagabond. Everybody who is here, Derrick as well. And I look forward to collaboration in the near future. So take care, guys. I'm going to head off. Bye.
Bye, Taylor.
Bye-bye.
I'll bring Derrick back in when he comes back, but I'll make a note on, kind of everything everyone was discussing. One of the main parts that stood out to me from what Derrick was, what the whistleblower was discussing that Derrick was highlighting. And again, a shout out to Derrick for making these things happen. That's what he's so great at in this, is making these connections, even when we're at imagine being someone in that position and everyone directing you towards mainstream and all these larger platforms and choosing to go with the Last American Vagabond and Derrick Broze. I mean, it's because of him and what he's doing and because of what we built. That's powerful. But so he's discussing this, and one of the things that stood out to me is what Derrick was highlighting, is that the actual studies that they did showed that there were issues, and ultimately they disregarded those and it said, well, it's not our responsibility. And then everything we're talking about here, of course, there's privacy issues, of course, there's obvious issues that they're responsible for, but they're acting like it's not their responsibility, but not even letting people know that those risks are there. And so that's why this guy was so adamantly speaking out about this. It shows a deliberate, willful, I argue it's by larger design. I think we probably agree on that, but what that really comes back to. But at some people's minds, they just think it's not their responsibility. They shuck it to somebody else. It's where the world is going,
Ryan, I really want to talk about what that larger design is, because I think it really ties into what Derrick just explained. And really, why do they want there to be a digital ID? Why do they want you to have a digital ID to get onto the internet? And really, the kind of the case I make in both of my books is that the most powerful weapon in the world is really control of perception. That's why they've monopolized the media. That's why they're algorithmically censoring social media, that they've been caught. The House, Committee on the Weaponization of Government. It's not a speculation that the intelligence agencies and government agencies participated in the algorithmic censorship of certain information on major platforms like Facebook, X, Twitter, and others. It came out in House committee hearings. And so that ability to control the information that the public receives really is the most powerful weapon. And here we are throwing monkey wrenches into their little program when major, whistleblowers from the UN aren't coming out to monopoly mainstream, outlets where they would, get more, theoretically could potentially get more coverage, because those aren't trusted. They're coming out to the authentic voices of what I call the developing alternative media. And so what I believe the digital ID is, they're going to mandate a digital ID to get access to the internet, and they're going to have the ability to turn off authentic voices the same way, they turned off the anti-media, they turned off the Free Thought Project, and in some cases, taking people off multiple platforms on the same day. Okay. So they can take you off they can take you off the major platforms, but through websites and through streaming services, we're getting around that, capability. So they have to turn us off at the internet. And I think that is the broader, program. And so I just wanted to get everybody's thoughts. Do you agree? Do you think that's where this thing is going? Because that's what it smells like to me.
Not only do I agree, but I have speculated in the past that there will be some sort of online false flag where some bad event will happen, a shooting, let's just say, of kids. And if only we had known who the shooter was. He was talking about this online, but he was using a VPN and he was in these chat rooms. He wasn't using his authentic name and all of these, and if only we had had some sort of internet ID card. Then when this lunatic was ranting about how he was going to do this 4 days earlier, we would have known who he was. We could have taken care of it and all. You don't want these kids to die, right? In the future, right? You don't want more dead kids, right? So you have to, it's for the safety and security, of course, this new internet ID. And I could see how they could just walk you right into it. Just problem, reaction, solution. Please give me the digital ID card before I get on the internet so that we don't have any more dead kids.
Right. Well, right now, which is interesting, and these are arguments that are applicable to so many people across the spectrum. But as we know, it's conditioned to the current momentum, and so right now, it's the same argument that needs to be flavored towards convincing the Republicans to accept this, and immigration, or any number of things, regardless of the importance of the topics around those points. It's being used to, it's a rug pull, it's a manipulation, it's a bait and switch, and ultimately, we've been talking about this. The Real ID conversation, the SAVE Act, right? And these different elements can manipulate these things. Really quickly, I'm going to bring in Jason Bassler and I think Derrick's out too now. I'll have to figure out how to manage the 10 people. Before we continue, I want to just make another quick shout out that while we're here today, for those just tuning in, this is the fundraiser today for the Last American Vagabond and the Conscious Resistance. And let's see where we're at so far. Update it really quickly, and then we'll keep going. Right now, so we're at 6,000 so far, guys. Amy at 50. So please, donate if you think what we're doing is important. And appreciate y'all being here so far. We'll be going over a lot more upcoming work and different things. We have prizes down below that we're giving away for a certain amount of donations. So check that out. I'm going to go ahead and pull back and let Jason jump in. So keep talking, guys.
We were just talking about Jason.
Yeah, I'll throw it back to Charlie. Go ahead, so we don't have a gap. Go ahead, Charlie.
Sure. Oh, well, by the way, the universe is telling me something because I have a sticky note right next to me that says to message Tim and let you know that I am republishing your work from the Sociable over at Activist Post, and have been for a while now. And I just thought of that because I was in the process of sending one of your articles to my assistant, and I made a note. I need to message Tim, let him know. And then I get on here, and there you are. So the universe works in mysterious ways.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charlie. And great to see Jason here. Man, you're just a couple days ago or a week ago, you came up, one of those posts about 2020 to 2025 was laying the groundwork. And 2025 to 2030 is the implementation stage. So that's really that was spot on. Yeah. So I'll leave it to you.
Well, thank you. And good to see so many all-stars here. I mean, geez, Louise, this is amazing. Great turnout for TLAV and Ryan. And I guess I just missed Derrick Broze. The editor-in-chief of the Free Thought Project, Matt Agrist, was going to be here, and he got caught up in the last second, so he can't join us, but he wanted to say hi to y'all. And this is just amazing. I know firsthand about a lot of the issues that Ryan's kind of had to go through financially just to kind of keep this work going. I don't know if you guys know, or much of the audience knows, but I've been making videos for TLAV maybe once or twice a week for, over a year now, probably a little bit longer than that, actually. And there was a time period where Ryan actually had to let me go for a few months. I think it was maybe about 5 or 6 months where he just couldn't afford to. And it's very minimal pay, guys. Like, this is very, very small, but I just wanted to contribute however I could. And Ryan wanted to do the same. And when he got hit with the lawfare, when he was being unfairly targeted, he basically just had to let me go. And it was heartbreaking. I wanted to continue to try to participate and create content where I could. Unfortunately, I'm sure how many of you guys know, this work is all encompassing. It's a lot to deal with. So trying to find a little bit of free time is always very challenging. But between him and Derrick Broze, between Ryan and Derrick Broze, I mean, you guys have done such amazing work. And I kind of tend to focus more on maybe the hot takes, which seem to resonate a little bit more on Twitter, but these two guys, they do the deep dives. They do the work. They put out the information that we all need to know in the truest form. It's always nuanced. It's always very critical thinking-esque. And I couldn't be any more in support of everything that these guys have done. Very much leaders, thought leaders, and more so than that. So happy to be here. And I don't have a lot of time today, but I did want to jump in and say hi and do whatever I could to help out.
A7, I pulled you back for just 1 second. And I'm going to make sure one Derrick or I are here so we can continue to engage. I realized I pulled both of us out for our discussion here, but I'll let Derrick jump back in because he was asking to follow up. But thank you, Jason. I mean, honored to work with you, the Free Thought Project in general, Matt Agorist, powerhouses in this conversation. And it's one thing that I'm so honored about and how this has continued is how we've grown. Everybody here is, like I said at the beginning, we're dealing with what's most important to me is integrity and principles. And like I said, there's in this community right here, we disagree on plenty of things, but I know everybody in this conversation is principled and something drives them other than just what's going to get the most attention, and it means the world to me. So thank you. Let me bring Derrick back in. We also have Jason Burmis in the background. We only can allow 10 at the moment. So Jason, I'll bring you right in once we have an opening. And Derrick, go ahead.
Awesome. Hey, what's up, brother? Jason Bassler. And again, thanks to everybody who's already contributed. As Ryan said a couple of moments ago, we just passed 6,000. We're up to 6,200. He mentioned at the beginning, but if you're getting here late, there are all kinds of different prizes. We're giving away copies of my book, whatever book you want. Charlie's donating one of his books. Zoe's donating some of her books. Ryan's giving away seed packs. I think I'm keeping track over here. I think we have already passed the amount of people who will get a copy of my book. There's still room to get Zoe's book, the survival kit. If you want to donate 150, Ryan's giving away one of his own webcams for the first 2 people who donate 200, or a signed microphone if you want to give 500. And really, whatever you can afford is appreciated here. I was saying earlier on the show that I added up all of mine and Ryan's combined numbers between all the platforms, and since we've been working together the last 6 years, and together we're reaching 482,000 people. I think probably more than that, once the reach goes beyond that. But that's just the listed numbers. And of course, we know the platforms aren't always showing all of those people who sign up all of our content. But that just shows you the potential from just me and Ryan, not to mention all the other great, amazing people who are here. And so we do appreciate everybody who is giving. If even 5% of those 500,000 people following me and Ryan gave $25 USD, we would be good for the rest of the year and not have to come back and ask for, money. And just to say on this before we get further to the topics, Ryan and I sat down, just to be full transparency, last week, and we brainstormed like, dude, you're not doing well. I'm not doing well. How can we keep doing this work that we love? And I know so many people who try to make this a living understand that struggle. Jason was sharing about that a moment ago. Etienne mentioned anti-media. I mean, I've been doing this for 16 years, and I've seen anti-media. I've seen so many other good websites, The Mind Unleashed, Collective Evolution, people covering, the more esoteric stuff, the conspiratorial stuff, the deep politics. Mint Press News is barely hanging on. So many people that I've worked with over the years, and most of them are not around anymore, whether that's independent journalists or outlets, because there's simply not a lot of funds to go around. And so Ryan and I said, okay, well, what can we do? We could start doing sponsorships. I've done a little bit of that, working with companies that I appreciate, but sometimes that can create conflicts. Do we want to put ads on the website? No, neither one of us really want to go that route. And the sort of first wave of independent media, including the Free Thought Project and anti-media, we learned right away that after the purge that you can't rely on Google ads, even if you wanted their ugly ads on your website, which none of us really did, but it did provide income at one point. That model doesn't really work anymore, right? And so ultimately we just decided, look, people value our work. We get positive emails. We get positive messages. Why not just go to our audience and say, guys, if you want us to continue doing this, if you want to help us elevate and do more real breaking news, like I was sharing a couple minutes ago with the United Nations employee coming directly to me and wanting to break the story through TLAV. If you want to see more of that, guys, we need your help. So thank you to everybody who has contributed and everybody who will throughout the rest of this. I did want to mention, just before Jason came on, we were talking about the digital ID story that I had broke with this United Nations employee. I just want to make it clear too to everybody here who does do interviews that Alexander Ray, my source for that story, who's now going public and he has a Substack, he is very interested in talking to anybody in the independent media for those who would like to interview him or help get his story out further, just about him and his views as a UN insider and how the United Nations isn't even taking care of their own employees with their digital ID program. So why should we trust them about anything else? He wants to do more interviews. I know that Corbett's going to be interviewing him very soon. And so anybody who's interested in being in touch with him, I would love to help facilitate that. Awesome. And shout out to the anti-media, because it was mentioned, briefly earlier. Shout out to all the old school independent media that isn't surviving, isn't here anymore, but for the work that was laid through the early 2010s, mainly on Facebook back in the day.
It's funny because so often you hear people talk about the reason we get into this is because it gets clicks or you're trying to make money off conspiracies. I'm like, if you only knew the actual struggle of of ours, right? Like nobody is favoring our content. Like we don't get to be one of those people who get lucky and get a viral video. Typically, we're putting in the same amount of work or more in many cases, and we're getting no help from big tech and the media or anything. So this idea that like, we get into this work because we're trying to get clicks or we're trying to, stir things up and talk about controversial topics for any other reason besides just trying to seek truth and share what we feel is important information is absurd. So yeah, I mean, this is a real struggle. That's awesome that nobody had to show any skin and you guys are already at $6,000. That is phenomenal. that is keep. And like you said, like if 1% of people who listen to your work or our work or whatever contributed $1, I mean, it would go a long way. So I know, people out there struggling, like no amount is too little. If everybody just pitches in something, I mean, we spend way more on crappy coffee at, the gas station or whatever. So it's like, anything you can contribute, it does go a long way. I mean, I'm sure for many people who hate their jobs, we're helping them get through the day or stay informed or whatnot. So I'm sure we're giving, all the people on this show are giving you some type of value. So any value you can give back, please do.
Hey, Derrick, I just wanted to jump in and say that I got to head out, but hey, happy to join in here. Really appreciate what you guys do and happy to connect further. But I know it's a bit of a struggle, but as I said before, just wanted to reiterate, you guys are voices of courage. You're inspirations to me. I know you're inspirations to a lot of other people out there. So I got to jump now, but I'm going to share around because I want to make sure you guys are still in the fight doing what needs to be done and that your voices continue to be heard. So thanks and see you guys later.
Thanks a lot, Brad. Appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely.
All right.
Ricky, go hang tight for a second. Unless you wanted to break off, I'll bring you back in 1 second. I just want to bring in James. I think I might have
Burmis.
Yeah, I got that afterwards. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I just want to say big ups to you guys. I hope this thing goes really well. I'm willing to donate a webcam as well. Logitech, probably 1080p, or we'll give out a Razer. No 4K, everybody. But let's add that to the mix. I just want to say, obviously I've been in this arena, man, for almost 2 decades and been following it since, post 9/11. I can remember outlets like GNN, Guerrilla News Network, that were around back in the day. And I just want to reiterate what you guys said. It is slim pickings in the quote-unquote alternative media world. Even if you think that you're like at the apex in something like an InfoWars or something that's been around for 20 plus years, you see how many people end up leaving there. Nobody there other than Alex is making millions, and he's, in so many legal battles, I'm not even sure that you can enjoy the money at that point. The vast majority of us that are in this arena really do not care about money, but at the same time, you need it to do on-the-ground reporting, distribute material, spend hours upon hours of reading these people's own white papers or watching C-SPAN hearings from the 80s, as I've been doing with Ron Paul recently with all the Fed talk and Jerome Powell. So, first of all, Derrick, I think we've known each other now, 15 plus years?
Yep. About 15 years.
About 15 years. So he's no rookie, folks. I mean, he is a grizzled veteran in this game. And Ryan, I believe you got to be close to a decade with the Last American Vagabond. I think our first interactions go back all the way to 2017. And one of the things that I value about both of you guys is that we don't necessarily agree on everything, and that we can bring different perspectives to the table, and we can have an open debate where we're not at each other's throats and claiming this side is right or that side is right, when both sides, quite frankly, when we're talking about mainstream, are totally and completely full of shit and playing team baseball 90% of the time. So if you got the money to give, I don't know if there's a better outlet other than the Last American Vagabond and Derrick Broze and his conscious resistance. Maybe Corbett, and you already mentioned James. And by the way, Derrick, I want that UN whistleblower on immediately. Please DM me. We'll get him on next week. So I'm sticking around. I got some of the conversations with the digital ID. Sorry I was late. My niece had midterms, had to pick her up from school early today at noon. But yeah, let's keep rocking and rolling, and hopefully 2026 can be a big breakout year outside of the algorithm of X and Facebook and TikTok and all these other avenues of, I think, really manufactured virility.
Yeah.
Maybe if you want to jump in.
Please mute. Because
Is that better? No. Yeah, can you hear me?
Well, it's once you say something, no, I think that's coming.
How about now? Is it coming in now?
Well, when you talk, it's fine.
Check 1, 2.
Now it's okay.
Yeah, we're all right. Yeah. Hello,
Now we're
everyone. Good. I know I've interviewed most people here, but and those that I haven't, I'm aware of your work. I'm getting feedback. Are you guys getting feedback? 1, 2, 3.
Sí.
4, 5, 6.
Is it just him? No,
Hello,
now it's gone.
It's better now, yeah?
Maybe it was Ryan.
I think it was
Jason.
No, it was Jason. I pulled him back and it was good. It's okay. I'll text
Go ahead, brother.
But yeah, some of my thoughts here. So I remember when I first interviewed Ryan in 2020 on my podcast. And afterward, if you remember, Ryan, when I was still on Patreon, I believe you became a $1 supporter for Geopolitics and Empire on Patreon, which for me, like you guys said earlier, $1 means a lot from supporters. But just the fact that a fellow colleague, fellow podcaster, gave me $1, that meant way more. That meant so much. So I think that attests to the values of people like Ryan, Last American Vagabond, and Derrick. And I remember when I went to Greater Reset at the time, right? People's Reset, the first time I went, I was trying to use the loophole because you guys said Mexicans can go for free. And I think you meant Mexicans born in Mexico, not naturalized Mexicans. And so I'm like, well, you guys said Mexicans. And so you let me in for free, but it was so good. I had so much fun that I felt guilty, and I paid the $100 or $200, whatever it was. And so, and then, later, all the opportunities that we get working together, you guys support all of us, mutual support, even though we have different views on different things. And, there's the humility there, giving opportunities for people to join different projects. And so, yeah, I mean, this is a lot of work. And so people should give $1, $5 more. If you're consuming this content regularly, come on. I had a Spotify commentator yesterday say, I'm a money hungry podcaster. And I'm like, bro, this is not even a full-time salary. And I make no bones about it. Let's put pay. I mean, we have different approaches. You guys have the unpaywalled approach, but we should definitely not be shy when it comes to paywalling, premiums, charging for documentaries. And so, I urge people to support. And I joined this call late because I had a job interview because it's not cutting it for Geopolitics and Empire. I'm going to still keep at it. But I look forward to getting out of the house for the morning day job. But that attests to the emergency situation, how it is for everyone. So there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add more to that in just a moment, because just this idea of what he's talking about there, that there's people who, I've realized this, Ryan and I, we were talking about this last week, how there's a lot of our friends and colleagues in different spaces, independent media, who have pretty big followings, some including in the millions, and that tends to give the appearance, which is often, I think, a false appearance, not always. Obviously, part of this is being able to handle your business correct, but a lot of people, they might have huge followings online, but they're struggling just as much as what we're discussing here. Like, they could have a presence on the internet, and that seems like people assume, oh my God, this person must be making hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars or whatever. And it's not always the case. So I want to talk more about that. But 7Cs, I know you had something to add about the UN digital ID story. So let's get into that.
Yeah, absolutely. One detail that kind of stuck out to me in that story was the UN employee speaking about like digital ID being entered in onto a blockchain. And I think that that's an extremely important thing to bring up, because when we're talking about like this technocratic ecosystem, from everything that I'm kind of seeing from my end, and I'm sure you guys have kind of seen similar patterns, is that we're starting to get what seems to be like a decentralized centralization of all of the markets around the globe that are going to be basically recorded to like unified ledgers. There are papers and projects that are coming out right now from like the Bank of International Settlements, the IMF, and the World Bank that are talking about creating this like unified ledger. And to point to actually Jason, a post that Jason Bassler made just a couple of days ago talked about Larry Fink bringing up like the tokenization of everything, where it's going to be like every asset, every currency, every transaction. They're essentially going to create like a digital replication of that onto a blockchain. And then we even have the SEC chair, Paul Atkins. He just yesterday or the day before said that all U.S. markets will be on chain in 2 years, which I think is really just like a statement to like how rapidly these things are being developed. And when you pair that with digital ID and some of the work that I believe Whitney's actually covered with like stable coins sort of becoming like asset placeholders for infrastructure and natural resources and things like that, it ends up connecting dots, I think, in an official capacity where a lot of us have probably connected those dots before, and it kind of makes us look like we're crazy and there's some like grand conspiracy. But then you look at all of like the official documents and the systems that are coming out, the deals that are coming with Palantir, the biodigital convergence, and the oncoming technologies of 6G. I mean, it just paints a very dire picture of things to come.
Yeah, well, I mean, I 100% agree with where it's all going. I think everybody here does. I mean, I think what's interesting about this, along with almost every other topic we could point to, is just how shockingly obvious it is right now. I mean, I'm just confounded by that every day, where it's like this. It's not even, at one point it was like, there's a factual point and then both sides like alter it the best they can to feed their agenda or to meet their agenda. Today, it just seems like there's like a factual base of information and there's just like the fake lie of what they want. It's very weird and clumsy. But to this case, I mean, it's like, take Palantir, for example. It's weird the pushback you get from something that's so obviously involved in so many things today. And there's debate about where and how, but it's obvious that it's central, or even just like the term technocracy, like there's debates about a lot of it, but to argue that it's not central to what's happening, I just think is so interesting. But to your point about the way this is all going, we're basically in it right now. I feels like we're one step away from this being something we can't come back from, and people are still debating whether it's even happening. I think that's part of the design.
So I wanted to jump in and kind of echo that, because I feel like our legs have been broken at the starting line, and the other side is cheating. And, I mentioned that, Matt Taibbi in Racket News did something called the Censorship Industrial Complex, where they tracked, 50 different either social media platforms, non-government organizations, fact checkers, and others that were found to be censoring information during the COVID. This is the same information that came out in the House Committee on the Weaponization of Government. But there is an active, program to censor authentic voices. And the same time that they can turn up authentic voices, or they can turn down authentic voices, they have the ability to turn up controlled opposition voices, mainstream alternative media voices. They can give somebody that's willing to gatekeep. They can give them studios. They can give them producers. They can give them social media teams. They can give them big budgets. And they can turn them up on platforms like X, Facebook, and others at the same time that they're turning us down. And I just wanted to share my screen and just kind of like, make the point and just kind of show show an example here. Hold on. This is a Substack, so a lot of people don't realize, but Substack has begun censoring as well. Are you guys
getting to add it for him, Ryan?
Can you just put the link in the chat? I'll bring it up.
So it's not a link; it's a screen. So I'm sharing. Are you guys getting it or not?
No, I think, Ryan, you have to add it to the.
Oh, I see it now. I didn't see it. It was in the middle. There we go. Go ahead.
All right. Are you getting my screen?
Yeah, we got it. Go ahead.
So this was our growth on Substack, and for a while, Substack was the only platform that we found that was not overtly censoring. And then in July of 2025, they announced a $100 million investment from a shady financial firm known as Bond that is filled with ex-Goldman Sachs, ex-In-Q-Tel, ex-Defense Innovation Board, ex-Kleiner Perkins Partners, plus the Chernin Group, which is ex-News Corp, and Andreessen Horowitz, which has funded other controlled opposition platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, Foursquare, BuzzFeed, and Medium. And essentially, as that happens, all of the sudden we get turned off. And what had been almost a, kind of straight up growth peters off. This is our main Substack. We've got over 7,000 subscribers on that Substack. This is another Substack we have where we cover the daily news, and I just syndicated, Derrick's article. We syndicate TLAV articles. We syndicate many of the people that are on this call, and we had the exact same thing happen. And so this is different audiences, different people, but just like that, like a switch was being thrown. Right after they got that 100 million, we saw the exact same thing on our third Substack as well. This is something called 5 Meme Friday. And so if you don't understand that the alternative voices can be turned off on these platforms, you're not understanding how the game is really played. And that's really what we're up against. We're up against, in a true free market, we would be winning. But what I believe is happening is the banksters at the top are providing unlimited capital through companies like Bond and Andreessen Horowitz. They're buying up platforms like Substack, and then they're turning off the authentic voices that are exposing, the scam of fractional reserve banking, the illegitimacy of government, and everything that we're, the ultimate goal of digital ID. And so those are the voices that they want to turn down. And it's not so much that we're losing as much as they're cheating. And we would be winning in a true free market, but the other side is creating digital dollars out of thin air. They're buying the world and monopolizing the media with these paper tickets. And we're literally being turned off on these platforms like the flip of the switch.
Etienne, I just wanted to second that. I can attest to that. My numbers on Substack are exactly what you're showing. And I just released an article showing my book in a dumpster fire, because that's the financial situation, totally upside down. That's what happens when you tell the truth. You get debanked, you get shadow banned, you get censored. All the authors here, Charlie, Etienne, Derrick, I'm sure you can attest to knowing that there's, going to your point, Derrick, that there's this perception that if you write a book, you make all this money, or if you run a podcast, you make all this money. And I'm actually going to write a part 2 article on the publishing racket, which talks about all the money that you have to give up, and that it traditionally was something that was only done by wealthy people because of the whole publishing system. And I think we really do need to take Derrick's decentralized approach, and I'm considering how to do that, to publish in a way where you can actually be financially compensated for your intellectual property, because the system as it's set up is designed to monopolize your money and make it impossible unless you do the whole New York Times bestseller check thing, which it has to be by volume because you make pennies on the dollar. That's the racket that they have set up. But if you look at any industry, there's a similar racket.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I want to just give a shout out to everybody who's tuned in. We've been live for about an hour and 20 minutes. This is for the TLAV and Conscious Resistance Fundraiser. Guys, we need your support, and it's been coming in. I just want to pay a little attention to those who have been giving. We just passed $7,000. So thank you to everybody who's done that. I want to read a couple comments here. Anonymous, keep up the good work. I wish I could give more. Dr. Noticed, honest and integrity in journalism mean more now than ever. Thanks for all you do. Kelly McKinnon says the work that you both are doing is so very important, especially right now in these times of AI and misinformation. I consider you both trusted sources of pertinent information. Keep up the work. Thank you for everything you do. I watch Ryan all the time. I'd love to get a copy of Derrick's book and a sticker. You guys are doing fantastic work, and on and on and on. Thank you guys, everybody who has given. We will be getting in touch with you to get the prizes we're giving out. And yeah, just so grateful to everybody who's joining us here. We are going to have more friends showing up throughout the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours more. We'll see how long we can go. And this is all about trying to get the conscious resistance and TLAV, give us the momentum, the financial support, just to be frank, that we need to continue on into 2026, to continue to break stories like the one we were covering, my UN story. Also, I wanted to kind of shift to another story that I just published last week and get everybody here's thoughts on it, because it's a big issue of the day right now. And that is, of course, Venezuela. I wrote this article last week for TLAV, the Venezuela technocracy connection. And I'm glad to see that it's being picked up by various outlets. And I actually was on Redacted a couple days ago. They've got a channel of 3 million plus, so they're reaching a lot more people than most of us here to talk about this. I'm going to be on Jimmy Dores in a couple days to talk about this as well. It seems like more people are starting to understand this, but I'd love to just, do a nice roundtable, whoever wants to share thoughts. Obviously, my sort of my thoughts in this article are that, yes, there's oil, yes, there's resources. We know it's not really about drugs, but even oil can't completely explain what we're seeing here. And what I discuss here is, as you're seeing on the screen, those who understand the Technate of America, the North American Technate map from 1940 by the original technocracy movement, what I talk about in this article is that their original plan, as you can see there at the tip of South America, included the Caribbean, Central and South America, Mexico, Canada, of course, Greenland up there, also in the news right now, and parts of Eastern Colombia and Northern Western Venezuela. Well, the U.S. is now in Venezuela. Trump is saying he's the president of Venezuela. They're threatening Colombia. I think that what we're witnessing now, because of the technocrats surrounding Trump, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and others, is simply the playing out of this generation's old plan. So I'd love to get some thoughts from everybody around that.
Well, I'll jump in real quickly.
I had an interview last week.
Real quickly before we'll go around. Since I was already kind of jumping in, but the point that I think is relevant about all this is the transition, which I was hoping to discuss with ATN in particular, because I know this is something that is an important topic today. So we can get into first the kind of larger point, as Derrick was breaking down, of like the land grab discussion, the technocracy element of it. But what jumps to my mind is what this seems to be doing to our society, more than just the United States. There seems to be sort of a transition of, I see as the Great Reset Republican version. Really, as you know my work, I think it's all the same thing from our government's perspective. But I think I just want to include that in the starting point, and then I'll throw it to ATN and just how that seems to be, globally represented. Go ahead, brother.
Well, what I'll say is I interviewed the ex-CEO of Citgo, which a lot of people don't realize, but Citgo is 100% owned by the Venezuelan government. His name is Jose Piera. He was actually captured by Maduro and held hostage. He was a U.S.-based, executive. They did a deal that someone in the Venezuelan government felt was disadvantageous to the government. And while himself, the president of Citgo, and 5 vice presidents were in the country on a trip in 2017, they were actually kidnapped by Maduro. They were held hostage for 5 years. They were called the Citgo Six, and they were eventually swapped for 2 of Maduro's nephews that had been arrested by the DEA for drug smuggling, where the DEA caught them flat-handed on video, testing the purity of cocaine in a room full of, cocaine. And after 5 years of imprisonment, Jose and the 4 remaining Citgo 5, one of them had been released because of medical issues. They're literally hooded up. They're thrown on a private jet. They're flown to an island in the Caribbean, where another jet lands that has Delcy Rodriguez, the current acting president of Venezuela, the former vice president of Venezuela. Her private jet lands, and then a third private jet, DEA jet lands, and they do a swap for Jose and the executives for these 2, to nephews of Maduro. And so, what we talked about was the fact that, oil is not just a commodity, it's also very much a currency. And that, we're on a petrodollar system. And what has happened is the last time that the government printed a gazillion dollars like they have now, it was in the 1970s, and they cut a deal with OPEC where oil would only be priced and sold in US dollars. And so all the countries that were oil importing countries now had to buy and hold US dollars, and that soaked up the inflation of the 1980s. And then any person that has threatened that, any leader of an oil-rich country that has threatened that system has seen themselves deposed almost immediately. The first was Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein, very famously in 2000 and I think it was 2003, was under a program called Oil for Food, where he was under sanctions, but he could sell a certain amount of oil. He built up $26 billion in his Oil for Food account with the UN. He very famously swapped those US dollars for euros. He made money on the deal, and they ramped up an invasion. And 2 years later, we invaded Iraq, which is the number 3, oil producing country in the world. And we took it down, and now oil is sold and priced in US dollars coming out of Iraq again. The next one that tried it was Libya. And so Muammar Gaddafi very famously pledged $144 billion of Libya's gold reserves. He was going to create a pan-regional currency called the gold dinar. And he was going to, sell oil in things other than the US dollar. He was going to transact and have a true commodity-based currency based on gold. And what happened? A NATO-backed rebel force supported by NATO airstrike, took out his convoy, and he was captured and killed. And now there isn't, and then all of the $144 billion worth of gold that he had amassed disappeared. It's gone. Nobody knows where $144 billion worth of gold went, but now there's not going to be a gold pan-regional currency. And then the latest really was Maduro, who was actively selling oil in both cryptocurrencies. He created something called the Petro, which didn't really work, but was selling oil in Bitcoin, was selling oil in other countries, was doing weapons deals and swaps with other countries for oil, but he was selling it outside of that US dollar system. And so what happens? The United States goes in, and now, that was the number 1 proven reserves in the world. And now that number 1 proven reserves in the world is now back on the US dollar petrol system. And so I think that you have to take a look at that and the history of that. And I think that has a lot to do with what just happened in Venezuela.
I will add something that Robert discussed in this, which, to the point of oil in particular, because, it's obviously relevant and is a factor. It has been for a long time. But at one point, it was like the only thing people thought was relevant in these conversations. Then it became like the passé point to be like, oh, you're still back in that old policy. It's always been relevant, right? And so today, though, I think we're at a point where it is still clearly important. But I'm leaning at first, and Robert did open my eyes a little bit to what I think he, I'll get into his point, but the rare earth minerals aspect, the lithium is one of the largest in Venezuela, as I know right? These are major parts to this point. But to your point about oil in particular, Robert made an important argument about this, in whether it's, Iran as well, by the way, but Venezuela first, that now that they've basically stolen this, and even the production and the profit and oil continuing, that he argues that, and this, I'm sure we're all aware of this simple point, but those that aren't thinking of the larger foreign policy dynamic of Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, that ultimately that then gives them the leeway, should they shut down that pathway, aside from their other possible routes, will give them that sort of grace period to be able to go after Iran. And I thought just oil alone, that is enough. That makes sense to me to make your point, that oil is a relevant part. But I think bigger on this as it gets into the larger transition of AI, the data centers, and even, like you said, even just gold alone. These are very valuable things. But I think that alone would be enough for a group or a government to, like the United States, to take advantage of this just for their profiteering. But I also think that this is about something larger than that, in the transition that we're existing in. Before we go to that, though, if anybody else wants to get into the land, because we talked about Greenland, there's Mexico, there's all these different elements to it. And as well, in regard to the technate, but also the oil in Venezuela and how they're gaining from that. So anybody want to touch on that before we move forward?
I think the main play here is the regional union, which is the foundation for the world government. Back in October, I was on Expat Money Summit, and I said, if we're going to see military action, it's going to be Venezuela, followed by Cuba and Mexico now. You're mentioning Greenland, like it's literally the map. And, you know, Orwell talked about Oceania in 1949. You've got the Technate in the 1930s. You've got the Club of Rome plan. And I like what Tim mentioned, him being down in Colombia. They have many iterations of these plans. Gran Colombia and Frau Ursula Gertrude von der Leyen of the Fourth Reich out there in Brussels. They just made the deal of 700 for the 700 million people for Mercosur, which is like the South American Union. They play. Are we going to do Mercosur? Are we going to do UNASUR? And so I think this is the big play, and then they need those resources, the minerals, lithium, gold. They took 60 billion in Bitcoin possibly for to operate the Technate. So I think they're going big or going home. Like this is the final sprint, and it's our role to try and put spokes in the wheel. No.
I couldn't agree more. Before we go to everybody else, though, Derrick, I mean, you wrote the article, right? So where's your kind of view on all of this? I mean, you know, the importance or what you think is driving it.
Well, I totally agree with what Etienne said and just all the comments here. I mean, I think that what was coming to mind when you were speaking, Ryan, is it kind of reminds me of like 9/11 and most of the major operations we've seen, that they're multi-layered, multifunctional. It's not just about one thing. Yes, people benefited financially. Yes, files were destroyed. Yes, helps us launch a war. You know, all the different things. It's like all the players of what I call the pyramid of power come together and they decide, you know, X move is going to be made and each of us are going to benefit in one way or the other. And they make that move. And a lot of different hands are in that. It could be the banking class. It could be the oil industry. It could be, you know, weapons industry. Obviously, it could be the technocrats, you know, who want their vision, and they're all collaborating together. So to me, it's not necessarily one or the other. And the main point I was making in the article, the first thing is to just dismiss this idea that it's about drugs, which I don't think anybody here actually buys probably, but that's obviously the mainstream story that was sold. And the first point I made was that the claims of Venezuela having to do with fentanyl isn't even in the DOJ indictment. The DEA's report from 2025 under Trump's administration didn't say Venezuela had anything to do with fentanyl either. So then when they do grab Maduro, they change it to cocaine trafficking, and, you know, maybe they're going to be able to prove that. But regardless, and there's all these theories about, you know, whether he was involved or somebody in his government was involved. To me, what I'm focusing on is the bigger picture of like, okay, the reason they're giving us is garbage, but they're using that to justify it with the normies. He's a bad drug dealer. He's a terrorist, you know, et cetera. So we need to take him down. Now we're going to take over the country. But what's really surprising to me is that, for one, the mask has fully come off, which, surprise, it doesn't feel any better whenever they're actually just showing how ugly they are. To hear Trump just openly say this is about the oil, he's not even trying to pretend like Bush or anybody else that we're spreading democracy. He's like, we're going to work with the oil companies. We're going to make a lot of money, and the Americans might subsidize it. So they're being more blunt and open about that angle of it, which is, as Etienne, you know, eloquently outlined, it is a part of it. But I do believe the bigger picture of the Technate or the North American Union, whatever you want to call it, the main reason I've been talking about technocracy, like a lot of us here, obviously learned from people like Patrick Wood before us, but this is, to me, still the big picture. You know, this is the reframing of what has been known as the New World Order for generations. You know, with the Great Reset was a term we were all using. I think technocracy and the building of this Technate is the exact reason why Donald Trump was elected and the role that he is serving. That's at least my perspective. And like I said, you look at my article, it links to some of my other articles where all throughout 2025, I wrote half a dozen 2,000 word plus investigations showing each of the people in Trump's administration who either worked for Peter Thiel, are allies with Peter Thiel, worked for one of his funds. And there's at least 15 to 20, maybe more at this point. Some of them were involved in Doge. And so the point is, Trump is clearly surrounded by these people who have this philosophy. We also looked at Curtis Yarvin, who is the guy that influenced J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel and his philosophy. I mean, this is the modern technocrat movement. And just one other point before I pass it on is, then, you know, I had somebody say, Derrick, a map from 1940s is irrelevant to today. You know, this is only about oil. Again, I'm not discounting that it is about oil in some ways, but I think to say that and just dismiss it, because that's what they would like you to believe. You go to the Wikipedia page for technocracy, it says it's a failed movement that petered off by the 1940s, 1950s. But you have to remember that in the 1970s, Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote his infamous book, The Technotronic Era, where he went from calling it technocratic to technotronic. America Between Two Ages, and he described essentially a revival of the technocratic movement, which is when he and Rockefeller started the Trilateral Commission. That is the movement that they've been building since then. So the 1940s is just the beginning, the Technocracy Inc., all that sort of phase of the technocracy idea. Then the 1970s, and then of course this continuation of it with the Great Reset and everything we're seeing today. And to that point, Brzezinski's book, the Technotronic Era, it describes a world police state. It describes the end of privacy, the end of liberty. It just pitches it like the technocrats did, as it's going to be better for everybody. But also, last point, the Trilateral Commission, which Zabriskie was involved in before his death, in 2023, they said that was the beginning, the year of the New World Order. You can look it up. The Trilateral Commission's meeting, they said this was the official beginning of what they were calling the New World Order. And I think we're just, as somebody said earlier, we're at the point of the acceleration. We all know about the date of 2030. Well, it's 2026, guys. It's not just going to happen overnight. Like, this is a progressive thing that we are witnessing, and it's just becoming more and more obvious.
I want to say thanks for having me. Sure. I got to drop off. I hope people will consider donating. If people are in a position where they have more time than money, there are free things you can do to support all the shows. You can subscribe to them. You can share them. It's easy to do. You can rate the shows, which seems like nothing, but actually matters with this. You can get on everybody's email newsletter. If we get separated or thrown off of a platform, Corbett's been talking about this forever. It's important that we have a way to communicate. We didn't just wake up and decide that we're not doing it anymore. It's probably that we got thrown off of a platform. So if there's a way to sign up for somebody's email newsletter, then that at least gives us another opportunity. When I hosted a workshop at Anarchapulco where we had content creators, we asked what the number one thing, they all said the exact same thing. It was really important to them to stay in touch with the audience. So if you're the audience and you like these shows, sign up for the emails. Just do that. Make sure to do it. Thanks everybody for having me. Also, independent media token is something new that is on the Solana blockchain. Corey Hughes and I've been working on that. It's a way to help to finance some of the projects that we're working on. I think we have a lot of digital shovel-ready projects that people are just waiting on some funding to launch, and that's a way to do that. So if people are interested, they can check out independent media token as well. And thanks everybody for having me on. And I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate you, brother. I'll bring this up. Corey might be joining today. I'm not sure if he has the time. I reached out and he might be able to make it. But he's the creator of the independent media token. And a few of us are on the board of this as it grows, and hopefully it'll become something. The point is simply just to basically give away free, basically no interest or no, free money, basically, not a loan, but give money away to people whose projects we believe are going in the right direction or whatever else. And I think that's what independent media needs. So thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and bring in Greg Reese, who just popped in as well, and I'll back out, let Derrick come back in. But I just want to echo, pretty much everything Charlie just said. First of all, I think it's important that we continue to help each other. But back to the conversation that I'm just fascinated by, and I think this is such an important one, where this goes. And it overlaps with something that I think is very important to this that we brought up before, and this has to do with, so Derrick's point in his article about the larger technocratic drive around these different moves, Greenland and so on, and the threats of Mexico. In my opinion, as they were outlining, is that this is about something much larger. I really do think it is just the extension of the Great Reset that's happening under the Republicans, like it was under Biden, and it's the same endpoint, really, with different flavoring. And I can't stop seeing the overlap of this with the network state agenda, the charter city discussion, the freedom city discussion, all funded the same, and really smart city, 15-minute city. It's the same point. And it's the same funding mechanism. And people have different views of this, which I'm happy to get into. I just think what we're looking at is an obvious transition of society being driven by technocrats and social engineers. And it's very clear the funding from Pronomos Capital, which is Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, and Andreessen Horowitz, funding these many different places. Greenland being one of the main locations that they brought up. Now, I don't know if that's the driving force behind why they're going after Greenland, but it was brought up before Trump made these statements that they wanted to turn Greenland into one of these freedom cities. And it's very important, the overlapping discussion in the United States of freedom cities. That's the same movement, the same people. So I'm worried about this being framed as a freedom movement to people that think they're fighting for that and may even have good intentions and inadvertently supporting what was the Great Reset they were fighting 30 seconds ago. That's really my biggest concern. But I'll open up to the table and bring Derrick back in.
Hey, would you mind if I just hopping on what Derrick was talking about? I know Hervoy has covered this quite a bit too about the TechNate. Do you see that link that I shared is from Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia, in the chat there? He's got a map of Gran Colombia, and he's proposing to put that together again and to turn it into something that's just like the European Union. That's his exact words. And it came 3 days. Yep, there it is. 3 days after talking with Trump, so that Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia, was going back and forth with Trump for a couple years now. They had a phone call on the 7th. Then Petro posted this on the 10th. And he proposes putting all this together. That's Panama, that's Colombia, that's Venezuela, that's parts of Brazil, the Orinoco parts, Ecuador, I think, is there as well, and Peru. So everything you're saying, like, man, it's really accelerating there. But of course, Petro's going to be out in a couple months. They're going to have a new president.
Look how similar that is to the Technocrat map. I mean, that's nearly identical. It's ridiculous.
So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up just because. Just how quickly those things are moving. Maduro gets captured. Trump and Petro are going at each other. Then all of a sudden they have a phone call and it's like kumbaya. So I just wanted to put that in there.
One thing I was hoping you could talk about, Derrick, too, is I know you're doing the People's Reset pretty soon in Morelia, which is the capital of Michoacan, which has a level 4 travel advisory now since Maduro got abducted. And I was hoping Charlie could talk about this too, because I think Greg Reese, you're talking in Puerto Vallarta and Acapulco, and they're talking about they moved it from Acapulco, which is also in Michoacan, and there's a travel advisory there and lots of other places in Mexico right now. And I noticed that just happened after the Maduro thing.
Sure, I could speak about Mexico, but hey, Greg, go ahead and introduce yourself, brother. Thanks for joining us, man.
Hey, everybody.
Legends.
Thanks for asking me to come. I was honored to have Ryan reach out to me and invite me on. Hey, actually, and I canceled that. I canceled my engagement in Acapulco. I had to. So,
well, thanks for being here with us, brother. I think everybody here is probably fans of your work. For those who haven't come across Greg's edits and his short little mini documentary films, which have been inspiration for some of my own work, definitely check them out, man. And we've been live now for about an hour and 40 minutes. We're just going through some of the work we've been doing at TLAV. We talked about my story about the United Nations insider who just came out publicly on Wednesday directly to me. We're talking about my recent article on Venezuela and technocracy, everybody. We did just pass $8,000 a couple minutes ago. So thank you again, everybody who is contributing. We're about to hit 9,000. Wow. Brad Reed just gave $400. Guys, this is all going. Ryan and I will be splitting this money right down the middle so that we can continue to do our operations. He can continue to do his daily 4-hour epic breakdowns and pay me to do articles. And I will continue to do the other work that I'm doing, including documentaries and things of that sort. And since you asked, I will talk about the People's Reset in Mexico, unless anybody else wants to talk about technocracy first.
Yeah, one thing, and then I'll throw it to you to talk about that. At one point, we will be discussing a few different things at some point today. We're going to get into some future projects, more of Derrick's past work, other things we've worked on in general. Before we go into something next, Derrick, I want to throw it to you next. I want to make sure we also welcome Matt Weinglass from the Homeless Left. Go ahead and say hello and introduce yourself, brother.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for having me part of this panel today. I just want to say I've been totally inspired by you guys. And I think just to go back to the earlier conversation on censorship, I think that's the thing that got me into this space with the channel we started, The Homeless Left, just a few years ago. But it was a reaction to the fact that we weren't allowed to have conversations. That was the starting point for everything. So all of these issues, going into it in an honest way with critical thinking skills, getting out of the tribal mindset. I think that was my draw to get into this space. And then to notice that it really is across the board. The people like Ryan, Derrick, all you guys, this is the people in this space that have to deal with censorship on a regular routine basis. Those are the people you want to listen to. That's just common sense. And it's just been fascinating for me to see that the relationships you guys have had for several years and the people that we're meeting here in this space from all sorts of places. And it's not like everybody agrees on everything. I think that's also been the sentiment here in this space. It's not about agreeing with everything. It's about sharing principles and values that we are consistent with our critical thinking skills when things develop, whether it's domestically, whether it's global issues. We are looking at everything, whether it's COVID, whether it's any of these war machine agendas, the propaganda machine. We are challenging it every day. And the people that have to deal with censorship are the people you want to listen to. And I think I have to say, when we started our YouTube channel, we got canceled right away. So the Homeless Left was terminated almost immediately when we started talking about COVID, started talking about Israel, started talking about these things immediately. And so I thought that, oh, we're dead in the water, we're done. But I noticed that people in this space, they reached their hands out and they said, this kind of qualifies you. It means that you're doing something right, that they're going to be sending you termination letters from Google. They're going to tell you that your conversations are dangerous. They're too dangerous for the community. We have to keep the community safe from conversations. And so I'm thinking that kind of is a badge of honor, that you to be like that right out the bat. And I just have to say, I'm just grateful for the relationships we've been able to make so quickly in this space. And I'm totally champion what you guys have been doing. And just thanks for having me on. And I appreciate that consistency. And I think our audience does too.
Thank you for being here, brother. Great work that you guys are doing as well. Cool. Well, we've got an awesome, diverse group of people here. I will talk a little bit about Mexico, and then I will go to another story that we've done at TLAV, just to kind of show, again, some of the stories that people have reached out. A number of the stories that I've broken with Ryan over the last 6 years, 5.5 years, have come because people have reached out and said, hey, I have this bit of information. I had this experience. Will you report on it for me? I heard you talk about this other thing. And then it, involves building relationship with that source, and it turns into all kinds of different things, either the UN story and some other more controversial topics that I'd love to get some opinions on here. But first, as far as Mexico, so I do live in Morelia, Michoacan, Mexico, which generally year round is a place that the US State Department tells you not to go to because of cartel activity. It is a big state, and there is cartel activity in part of the state, mainly the southwestern part of the state where I'm from. In the capital, in Morelia, I mean, it's like any normal city that you'd be in with 500,000 people and mountains around you. Your life is not in danger any more than it would be any other American city, maybe even safer than in some American cities, for sure safer in some American cities. So I don't notice and haven't noticed any kind of changes specific to Venezuela, other than I will say there have been protests out here against the US's involvement in Venezuela, which is kind of cool to see. And I did some reporting because I've been starting to do more reporting on the ground here in Mexico, in Spanglish, interviewing people in Spanish and in English with subtitles, stuff like that. And there was an assassination a couple months ago of a local mayor, about an hour and a half from where I'm at right now. And this mayor, his name is Carlos Manso, was very vocal against the cartel and speaking out against the current president, Claudia Sheinbaum. And some people believe may run for president someday. But he was vocally opposing the cartel. He was going along with ride-alongs with his own police force, putting himself out there, telling citizens to arm themselves, and then he was violently gunned down and murdered. And when that happened, the country, and many places, but especially Mexico City and here in Morelia, people came from Uruapan, the town where he was murdered, the next day and protested at the governor's palace, which is here in Morelia, in the Centro area. And some of it got violent. There's questions from locals about whether or not it was provocateurs or not, but there was definitely hundreds of, almost thousands of people pissed off in the Centro here, making noise and basically saying the governor of this state is involved in the cartels, the president's involved. It kind of sparked a big movement, and including protests in Mexico City. And I did some reporting about that because you guys probably saw the videos going viral, because unfortunately people like mainstream alternative news people like Benny Johnson and Alex Jones were sharing the clips like Mexico's in a civil war against its Chinese communist president. And it was some violent looking clips of people fighting the cops that took place over about 2 hours one day. And the next day, the square is filled with old people dancing like life was back to normal. But on Twitter, especially, people like Alex Jones take these clips and they play them everywhere. And they just build up all this hype like Mexico's having a revolution. And of course, Trump has been saber rattling about wanting to get involved in Mexico, which is obviously fits into the technocrat plan as well. There's a lot happening. And to speak to that on a more personal level, living here, but also we're organizing an event 2 weeks from now, the People's Reset's actually 2 weeks from yesterday. And there have been some people who, including our performers and speakers, who are like, is it safe for me to come? I'm seeing stuff on the news, this and that. And it's because there's all that garbage out there. And honestly, I think most of it is just hot air. It's just saber rattling. But yeah, watching Trump go into Venezuela is like, holy shit, they might actually do it. It feels so kind of beyond the norm for me to imagine, like, no, there's no way that they would put US troops in Mexico, that they would actually do the drone bombing that they keep threatening. But at this point, I think anything's fair game. I don't think it's going to happen in the next 2 weeks. I also think one important point to remember on that, and then I'm done with it, whoever wants to jump in here, is that strategically, Trump and Canada and Mexico, they're going to be renegotiating the USMCA agreement this summer. I think that could be one of the reasons Trump is making all this noise. Maybe he's not actually going to do anything, but he's going to use this as kind of a bargaining chip when they come to renegotiate over the summer. And using the USMCA, the US government has already sued the Mexican government, because the Mexican government said they didn't want any GMO corn from the US. They're like, we don't want your soy, we don't want your corn. We're not even going to feed it to our animals. It went from that, like a really bold statement a couple years ago, we're banning all US GMO corn. The US said, hey, you're violating the USMCA agreement. We're going to sue you. And then they said, okay, we'll take the corn, but just for the animals. And I think they even got them down to just accepting it in general. But so my point is, these agreements are also a part of the kind of the conversation they should be right now, because maybe Trump will do something insane in Mexico. I just can't imagine. And yes, I don't know. I don't know what we'll do or what things would look like, because people say, well, if cartels got scared enough, maybe they'll start kidnapping foreigners and things like that to sort of send a message to the U.S. government. Who knows? Or if it's all just garbage, because I think ultimately, on the bigger picture, these folks are all working together, at the presidential and above level. As we know, presidents are just puppets. So yeah, that's my thoughts on what's going on in Mexico. I welcome anybody else's thoughts.
I'd like to jump in really quick and tell you what I think is going on, just because I usually don't try to share my opinion in the Reese report, but I guess stuff like this, you could talk about your opinion. I think it's all about a cataclysmic event. Russia calls it a pole shift. And I've been following this for over 20 years. And I remember hearing about global warming, I was talking about pole shift and found that fascinating. That's what gave Randall Carlson his fame, really, was because on Joe Rogan, even, because that was the big stories they were talking about, was history's lost, which is what? Cataclysm. And so if you factor that, you could play a game with this. You could play a game, everything that's going on that seems weird. Well, explain this then, and you put it in the frame of not just cataclysm, but a cataclysmic event where somehow, now the big mystery here is the official story is it's a pole shift, and that story has been going on for a long time. Magnetic north has been moving faster every year exponentially for the past 100 years, I think. They've been talking about that since the 60s, and that's what Russia's saying. Russia's saying that it's about to flip. And so that's why they're spending billions of dollars up in the Arctic, because they're getting ready for a shipping lane. And that's why they're bringing in people, and they're encouraging, the Orthodox Church is heavily encouraging children. We need more people. And the church is even saying that, the government's saying that Siberia is going to thaw. I was visited there for 6 months, and even a 20-year-old bartender knew all about this. So this is like mainstream news in Russia. And the church talks about it too. There's prophecies in the church saying that Siberia is going to thaw. And if you look at Siberia on a map, it's crazy. Siberia is bigger than America, I think, bigger than the United States. And they're saying all this land is going to be accessible. And they already have a shit ton of oil, and they already have a shit ton of minerals. And then with the Siberia thing, all that, they're going to have an incredible advantage, for one thing, when this thing all goes through. And this thing is, I came up with this. I'm sure you've all heard this. It goes back from many different angles. Edgar Cayce to the U.S. Navy to, on and on and on and on. And the way that the United States is acting, the United States is not preparing for a gold rush. The United States is acting like a company, which it is, and they're consolidating and they're liquidating. That's what they're doing. They're letting the infrastructure go to shit because they know they're going to just wait for it to get hit, and then they'll rebuild it then. They're building massive AI data centers so they can hopefully manage the surface. While who knows? Edgar Cayce and the U.S. Navy both had maps that showed the east and west coastlines being gone. The maps are written, and there's a third one too. I can't remember the name, of different sources of predictions. Who knows? But it explains everything. It explains why all the infrastructure is actually being moved inland. It explains the Denver airport, why the Queen owns property around the Denver airport, or the Crown of England. It explains why the Bushes bought land in Paraguay, right in the center of South America. The biggest aquifer in South America is owned by the Bushes and the Crown of England. And that was 20 years ago. And it explains why they've hired the vultures to come in as managers right now in America, in the United States. Trump, perfect example. Well, there's a lot of things about him that doesn't make sense. Maybe that's what to get the vulture just comes with total gross, like, ugh, that's the vulture. But that's their job, I think. It's not a pretty story, but that's what I think is going on. And that's why I came on here, is because what's going on in Mexico with Derrick Broze, from what I understand, is the solution. The solution, if you don't want to ride it out, maybe an old guy like me who's all alone doesn't mind riding it out. But if it's really important for you to find a solution, and it still is for me, I guess, too, is that community. And I don't think the system cares. As long as you're not in their way, you're going to be fair, I think, to do your own thing. Create your own society where you can live and eat. And this is something, I'm kind of half hippie. I've been dreaming about that since I was a kid, of like somehow fending for yourself, growing your own food, all that. I still dream of that. And so it's time. That's not going to be obviously given to us because the governments are trying to prepare for an event. And politically, like I said, China looks pretty good too, actually, I think. But Russia is going to be in control. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. But the solution is what can we do? And I think the truth to that is, aside from being a hermit and just riding it out, we need each other. We need to connect. And so it's an absolute blessing that we have this ability right now to like connect worldwide. And we need to start, if we really want to thrive, I think, in my humble opinion, because I could just be a whack job. I don't know. This is just what I think. But in my opinion, that's what we need to do, is we need to make decisions, serious decisions. We might need to consider relocating. I'm certainly considering. I'm in a pretty good spot right now. I'm in Montana, in a little neck of the woods that is probably a decent spot. But I'm still looking at Russia. Siberia seems like an awfully exciting adventure, So I'm still open-minded, but I think we need to think about relocating if we haven't already, and we need to think about compromising and humility. And I'm not a Christian, but Jesus Christ to me certainly symbolizes a model to behave. If you could behave in a manner like that and keep yourself from getting killed, then I think you can go far in this world. But with each other, we really do need each other.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my long rant.
No, great. It's a very interesting topic. I'll bring Derrick back into to talk solutions, because he's the best person in my mind in the world to talk about that. But to your point, and I'd love to get into this more after that, is just the interesting point you're discussing. Now, first, I always say that whether or not you out there believe that that's what's happening, it's worth noting that I truly think you can prove that there are people in power that do and are acting as if, right? And you can make that point about a lot of very wild things. And, where there's people in power that believe this is what's happening, even if you don't think it is, and they act that way. And that can, help you understand why they might be acting a certain way. But there's some interesting discussions to be had about whether that is what's going on. And I even broaden it out to something I recently had an interview about. And you and I, Greg, have talked about this, the Yuga cycle conversation, the Kali Yuga. And I interviewed an expert on this, Dev Misra, and the point about this, basically, whether you think this is some supernatural event or rather just our ability as humans in, looking back and documenting history to outline, how we thought things were happening, that there seems to be a cycle of these cataclysmic events that you can prove. And there's a lot of theories around it. And so maybe very well that's what we're talking about. I find that fascinating, but we can talk about that more. Let me bring back Derrick to address your point about solutions. And really his work around this is what guides me on this point. And the idea that we need each other and that we can actually succeed in that. So go ahead, Derrick. Oh, looks like I can stay. We lost somebody. Go ahead, Derrick. Oh, I think you're muted.
I think 7Cs has to leave in just a moment. So just want to give that brother a chance to say something.
Hey, thank you guys so much for having me. It's an honor. Grateful to meet a lot of you for the very first time. Good to meet back up with a few of you that I've spoken with. Really, the only thing that I had to present was sort of like the standards and technologies that they're proposing for 6G that's sort of estimated to arrive in 2030. And it has to deal with basically a lot of the building blocks that, we're seeing with technocracy, especially here in the United States, and how it's going to be sort of standardized as a communications protocol across the entire world. So anything that operates on 6G will be using a lot of these proposed technologies. I have a link in there. Standards proposed by like the IEEE, the ICT, the ITU, DARPA, the NSF, WEF, and things like that. So if anybody wants to, discuss any of those things, or if anybody has any overlapping research that they maybe want to talk about with that, feel free. And thank you guys again for having me, and I wish you guys best of luck. And thank you to everybody on this panel that contributes in their own various ways and doing what they can to get the truth out there, just on matter of principle.
You're here.
Yeah, thanks for being here, brother. And shout out to Jason Bassler. He had to go as well. Jason with the Free Thought Project. If you don't follow them, please do. They're always making awesome memes and also writing original articles and aggregating articles like ours. So there was, some talk about exit and build, essentially, is what was being discussed there by Greg. And Greg and I talked a little bit about this on his podcast before. I did want to just take a moment real quick just to jump back to the fundraiser, which is why we're here, and just to thank everybody who is here with us on the panel, and those who are donating, everybody here who's keeping the interesting conversation going on, because we're about to hit $11,000. Thanks to everybody who is donating. I'll just read a couple of the comments. Ronnie, 4 minutes ago, $100. Been a staunch follower since 2019. Thanks for all the hard work, Ryan. Anonymous, 1,028. May you go in his grace. Brandon, $50. Cody Reed, $1,000. Thank you so much, brother. He says, much appreciation for my family. We truly value your hard work and the extension that is the Independent Media Alliance. I specialize in web development, content management. If I could be of any assistance, reach out. Devin Wolf, $20. Brad Reed, 400, and on and on and on. Thanks to everybody who is giving. Just as far as the gifts that we're giving away, there is still the donation of $150 to get the survival kit from Ryan. We've already given away all the seed packs from Ryan, all of my signed books, Zoe's books as well, TLAV stickers, those have been collected. One person donated with $1,000, so they get one-on-one with Ryan if they'd like, and discuss whatever you want. There's a signed TLAV microphone for $500 if somebody wants to collect that gift. We're just throwing out prizes just to kind of sweeten the deal. Overall, though, the whole idea, guys, is if you support what myself and Ryan are doing with Conscious Resistance and Last American Vagabond, breaking important stories and trying to do real independent investigative journalism, we really need your support, and it means a lot right now. So thank you to everybody who has given. Again, even if you can give $5, $10, $15, that goes a long way. So thank you guys for being here with that. What Greg was talking about is really the path that I'm personally on. And one thing I will say before I kind of describe what I call exit and build, I fully accept that we all have, just like we all have different interests as journalists, right? We're not all drawn to the same topics, and that's okay. Despite what the audience says when people plead with you, why don't you talk about this particular topic? You're a shill because you don't talk about my favorite topic. We all have different interests, and those are going to, lead us to what we want to investigate. So that, that's one of the ways that we are diverse. And I also know that we have diverse lifestyles and interests and goals. So maybe not everybody has an interest in what Greg was describing, going off and getting land and growing food or building your own home or being a permaculturist or even just living outside of the country. Some of us love the city. I love the city for a lot of reasons. But ultimately, I do think that what COVID, at least for me, was a sign that life, as many people have accepted it or believed it would be, and the life that people admittedly built for themselves, investing in their careers and 401ks and banks and all this sort of stuff, that all of that is going away. I mean, I think we all realize that. And I think there's a lot of people who are still trying to hold on to that. And so they might be awake, but they're staying in the city, and they think that somehow they're going to survive the smart cities and the technocracy and the digital IDs and biometrics and everything. Or people think that they can just continue to go about their regular lives in all these different ways, and including travel. I mean, I love to travel. I know a lot of us here obviously love to travel, but if we're paying attention and we're going to stand by, like if our voices actually mean something and the things we say actually mean something, then you're not going to just say, okay, I've been warning about biometrics and digital ID for a decade, but here it is, and I'm going to do it anyways because it's convenient and because I don't have another plan. What would be the point of talking about these things if you're just going to do them in the end? So if you're not going to submit, then you have to start asking yourself, what am I going to be able to do to survive and thrive into the future? If I'm not going to play the digital ID game, if I'm not going to play the biometrics to travel, if I'm not going to play in these systems or the biometrics to bank or whatever it may be, then how are you going to make money? Where are you going to put that money? How are you going to get your food? these are big questions that I started really asking myself a decade ago, but especially when COVID hit. I wrote my book, How to Opt Out of the Technocratic State, at the end of 2019, published it January 31st, 2020, right as we learned this word COVID-19. And it had nothing to do with pandemics or anything, but it was just talking about the rise of technocracy and how does a person who values privacy and liberty stay free in that world of this technocratic surveillance police state. And to me, the answer is, well, besides pushing back where we can and hoping and praying that that's going to stop it, which I'll be real, I mean, I'm not black-pilled about it, but I don't see a lot of resistance. So I started thinking, if we can't stop it, let's keep trying where we can. But if we can't stop it, then we should be able to survive it, thrive, in the face of it, outside of those systems. And so a lot of what I do talk about focuses on building parallel systems. I call it exit and build. So exiting from the systems that are not aligned with your values and principles and building the new ones or supporting those who are building new ones. And that could be technological, food production, food distribution. It could be healthcare. I mean, just anything that you think that we need to survive. We need the brightest minds among us who are awake to these issues, I believe, to be thinking about what are we going to do outside their systems. And of course, there's all kinds of people who say, Derrick, have you ever heard of Waco? They're not going to let you live outside the systems. They're just going to drone bomb you. They're just going to do this and that. And sure, all those things could and maybe will someday happen. But all I know is that in the past years that I've not only been talking about it, but actually living it, I now have land in Mexico with a community of 7 other households. We're aiming for 10 households. We've got avocado trees, banana trees. We're starting to build our homes in the next couple months. We're starting to host our first events to teach other people how to do this. And I'm, as you guys can obviously tell, I'm doing a fundraiser. I don't have a trust fund or a lot of money to do this. I used my own mind to, come together and build it with a group. And it took 5 or 6 years, but now we're at that point from first coming and deciding to move to Mexico, March 2020, right as the COVID began, seeing this land in May 2020, and then getting a group together, spending years coming together with like, how do I make this idea happen? How do we resolve conflicts? How do we organize ourselves? How do we make decisions? And working on building this with the group to now get to the point where we have the land, we own it, we're starting to build on it, all this sort of stuff. So my point is, it's possible. That's mainly what I advocate, outside of my journalism, because for me, my goal is to use the journalism to get people to think and question, to wake up. But then ultimately, I do try to lead them to some of my work that's more philosophical or strategic, of exit and build and the people's reset. And I don't think government's going to save us. And I don't think that there's really any other way I don't think there's enough people resisting, even those who are awake, to actually stop what's coming. So instead, I figure we should probably be able to survive it. And the way you do that is to not be dependent on their systems. So sorry about the long rant, but I'd love to get everybody's opinions, thoughts, criticisms.
Well, really quickly, I'd like to throw to ATN on this only because, I went to your event in Sedona with Derrick as well, and it really did change my entire perspective. I mean, I was already very much open to a lot of these topics, but to immerse yourself in that community myself with it was powerful, and I really do think that, you would have a good point to make on top of this, because it's really, your entire mindset is about building outside of the government. And so I'd like to throw it to you, brother, if you have anything to add to that.
Well, it's funny because I thought you were kind of setting me up for the network cities because of the work that I did about Prospera. And so maybe I could cover, Prospera, because I know there's, I look at that as an example of someone that is creating a free private city where they're offering governance as a service. I know that there's a lot of, people believe that Peter Thiel is behind it. I can assure you Peter Thiel is not behind it. Pronimos, which is a fund run by Friedman's son, I forget his name, Patri Friedman, has a very tiny investment, less than 1% of invested capital in Prospera. But for those that don't know it, it's the idea that you can, not every free private city is something that necessarily is going to be a technocratic, like rug pull. There are people that are libertarians that want to offer, governance as a service, and they want to do it better in a kind of way that people can opt out. They can opt out of their existing government. They can vote with their feet. And in the case of Prospera, you've got a community that is got the lowest tax rate on the planet. I think it's like 5%, there's like a 5% income tax. There's a 2.5%, sales tax. There's a 1% on business activity tax. It has, it's got the, unbelievably, kind of the best regulatory environment to start a business in. You don't have this, they're using essentially insurance as regulations. So instead of having to go and get a building permit, you've got to go to your insurance company. The insurance company's got to insure it, but you can start building immediately. You don't have to have you don't necessarily have to have a health, inspector come by to check out your restaurant, but your insurance company's got to come by and check out your restaurant. So they're using kind of insurance as regulation. And they're offering, very, very, free. Peter Thiel has never uttered the word Prospera, as far as I know. And so I know there's that there's this rumor out there that he's behind it, but I think
not really a rumor, brother. I mean, we got to be, I mean, I think what's important to frame this as is that it's not fair to say that this is absolutely one thing or the other. There's a ton of people involved. There's a ton of different perspectives, but it's important to be clear about the fact. And I wish Ian Davis was here as well, because he's written a book and really gone into some of this. It's obvious that I think I said pronomos, but that's pronunciation. How did you pronounce it?
I think it's pronomos.
But so this is Andreessen, this is Thiel. Now, regardless of what we stated, it's clear that this is their entity, and it's clear that they're the face of a lot other than Prospera that funds the same things, like Praxia, which is aimed at Greenland. Peter Thiel's the one that asked to make that from Trump, asking Trump to make that a network state. So what's important is they are 100% involved, and it's clear that their ideology and their influence is guiding all of this. The seasteading thing just started back up. It's all part of the same conversation. They're also the funding mechanism behind the Freedom City push. There's all these points to be made about how even if there's a lot of good people with the right, like Friedman, for example, might think that I disagree with the framing, but I could be wrong. But he might think he's doing the right thing for the right reasons. My point is that there are nefarious elements to this that are transparent. The way that this started with Honduras was an illegal U.S. regime change. I think that's a terribly bad. That's not libertarian in my mind, and how this went down. The way that they manipulated the government. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to just add to this because, I want two things. I want us to not get too deep into this because we have an Independent Media Alliance panel where we're going to have this exact conversation with our friend Sterling Lujan, who's also been involved in the network state, specifically by going to Balaji's, the author of the network state book, one of his network state camps, who has some opinions he wants to share on that. So I don't want us to get too far deep into that, but I did want to just reiterate what you were saying, that Thiel provided $9 million of round of funding in 2019. Now, I don't know, Etienne's told me about this as well. Like his involvement is not beyond that. But I do think the point you're making there, Ryan, to me is something that I care about, which is that these ideas of what I'm talking about, exit and build, a lot of people, there is an overlap between the network state of this idea of like, well, let's build our own systems, parallel systems. But it's also true, as you said, and as we've reported in the past, that these counter elite, as they call themselves, as Andreessen has called themselves, they absolutely see themselves as an alternative to the progressives, although they're heading in the same direction. And they are funding these so-called libertarian projects. And Peter Thiel is the furthest thing from a libertarian because of not only government contracts, government subsidies, things like that, military industrial complex. But I think that's also been, from my mind, a part of the corruption of that movement, by trying to get people who are, those who are talking about things similar to what I'm talking about. Now the billionaires are going to get their money involved and try to steer their own kind of version of it. Doesn't mean everybody involved is bad or necessarily, but I do think that they are trying to co-opt and steer their own version of what I'm describing.
So that's pretty much where I was going to go with that. So if I could just finish really quickly, my point was that the basis of it matters, right? And if it started in something like, who knows, maybe Peter Thiel thinks he's saving the world. Like we said at the beginning, it's hard to say. I'm not going to speak to intent, but I think it really matters that we can see the transition, right? And this is what I'm talking about, is that like we're seeing with this entire Trump administration, is that it's about presenting something like running the Fed, but bringing in a CBDC, right? And so I see this as they recognize a floundering of their influence, they being just power structures, the government, and recognizing clearly that the importance in this is to try to get us to choose that new path. And so in this way, they know that we're fighting for these things. And so the idea that I see is to present us with what appears to be an enticing change, which is really just them co-opting our desire for that change and bringing in what I see as, a technocratic hellscape. I mean, you can look at the way that they've been seizing, areas like Crawfish Rock. I mean, it's expanding. You know, the point is it's not to be debated. We can debate if we want, but the point is there's different opinions on this. I just want people to ask whether or not it's possible this is leading you down a path that will be, you know, the rug pull at the end. That's all. I think it's very important to ask.
So I've been to Crawfish Rock. I've interviewed many people from Crawfish Rock. They didn't seize anything. They offered to buy it. And then there was a pushback from the community that they didn't like it, but they have not seized any part of Crawfish Rock.
Well,
there's, like I said, there's a lot of things that we can talk. But what really, just to get back to the point, is the point I was trying to make is, number one, not all free private cities are necessarily going to be a bad thing. I think there are going to be libertarian entrepreneurs that are going to want to offer governance as a service and do a better job than the government. And people are going to vote with their feet, and they're going to go there and they're going to have a better experience. They're going to have a better regulatory environment. They're going to have lower taxes. They're going to have better things. And so it's not necessarily a bad thing when you say free private city. The other point that I would make is that there's other places where people are voting with their feet. My other favorite is the Free State Project in New Hampshire, which does not have any, billionaire backing, but is slowly and surely taking over New Hampshire, rolling back rules, rolling back regulations, privatizing government, and is being incredibly successful. They have no state income tax. They have no state sales tax. They've engineered, there is a business proceed tax, but they went to the legislator and they got legislation passed where you can take your contribution to the business proceed tax and you can put it into the scholarship fund, where they're giving scholarships for private schools and even for homeschooling to get kids out of the government indoctrination center. And so that's another example where people are voting with their feet and they're going to better regulatory environments, lower tax places. And so I think that's another, point of of exit and build isn't necessarily to exit the whole thing. It's just to go where it's better, where you can build something with the other members of the Free State Project, where you can roll it back, where you can be effective, because there are so many people on the ground. There's over 10,000 plus activists on the ground in New Hampshire, and they're really making a difference. Now, I've got to pop out, but before I do, I want to sweeten the deal on the fundraiser. And so a lot of people don't know this, but the Art of Liberty Foundation, we sell more voluntarist books than anybody else. We sell more of Larkin Rose. The only outlet that sells more Larkin Rose than us is Amazon.com. And so we've got something called an everything bundle, and I want to offer one now to anybody that makes a $250 donation to the fundraiser. And what you're going to get is you're going to get a copy of my book, Government, the Biggest Scam in History. It's the best-selling book at 24 plus Liberty conferences and events. We've sold copies to 25 countries. This is actually a high-resolution hardcover edition. It's a special printing process. It makes the visualizations and the memes really pop. I'm going to give you a free copy of, you're going to get a copy of my new book, To See the Cages, To Leave It. Also, high resolution. I will sign it. I will personalize both to whoever makes the donation. And I will ship it to anybody in the United States for free. And I'll ship it any place internationally if you pay the postage. Also, a special process. We'll give you the brand new Liberator flash drive, 64 gig flash drive with a lot of stuff being censored off the internet, the best involuntarist thought, PDFs, where you're going to get What Anarchy Isn't, which is a little pamphlet by Larkin Rose. You're going to get The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose. You're going to get Anarchy Exposed, which is Larkin Rose and Shepard the Voluntarist, which is a police officer that left policing and then wrote an expose for other police officers about why voluntarism and anarchy is the way to go. You're going to get Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage by The Bad Quaker, a 3-part state, and you're going to get Three Friends Free, which is Voluntarism for Kids by Anam Pashanta. And so we call it an everything bundle. And the first person that donates $250 and specifically requests it, I will personalize it. And like I said, I'll send it, I'll cover the postage to any place in the United States. Internationally, if you pay for the additional postage. And again, I just wanted to thank Derrick and Ryan for everything that you guys do. We're there syndicating your work. We're trying to help. We're trying to put our shoulder against the door as well. Thank you to everybody else that participated. It was great to get to see so many old friends and get to make some new ones. And thank you for having me. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you, brother. And that's very generous of you. Appreciate that. I'm sure they'll benefit greatly from all that work. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Well, I think we got another comment, right, brother? You want to add something?
But I'll go and say comment her, and then I want to bring in Indy News, who's been here.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to exit and build my lunch and do some podcasting stuff. I just wanted to add what you were saying was important. The psyops. I found I think another example recently where all of a sudden the algorithm pushed among alt media the tax revolt. Who doesn't want to pay taxes to the IRS? But it's kind of too obvious because you go back talking about the technative century. Robert Heinlein wrote in the 1940s that in a social credit economy, you don't need an income tax. So it's kind of like they're getting us always to buy into our advance this slavery. So I just wanted to throw that out. Greg, I'd love to have you on some point at Geopolitics and Empire. Do Siberia, especially if you don't have kids. I lived in Mongolia and Kazakhstan. I lived in a yurt in the Gobi in minus 30, minus 40 degrees.
Yeah.
I love it.
You want to talk about Siberia? I'll talk about Siberia.
Yeah. So that, and I guess on Mexico, Derrick, you know that I think I agree with your assessment that there's really no in between urban or rural. As you know, I've been banging on about 6 years, the algorithm ghetto, and it literally came to my house, to my home, my gated community. They installed biometric exit and entry. And I pushed back and I got a physical tag. So I don't have to submit yet. And they didn't get enough signatures to make the homeowners rule to do the digital apps. So I'm good for now. But yeah, there's really little choice there. And I'll throw in as well, you guys can decide, Ryan and Derrick, 3, because it's your 33 is your number, right, Derrick? I'll throw in 3 free Geopolitics and Empire Substack paid subscriber comps. And you guys can kind of decide where if you want to add that on. Just give me an email, the person who donates their email, and I'll add them for a year. And so and on Mexico, I think they will do eventually. Just going back to that point, they're going to approach every region differently. So they took out Maduro. They're going to pay off the Greenlanders because Europe is not the third world, right? We can't bomb the Europeans, but we can bomb the third world. And I think for Mexico, Scheinbaum is a globalist implementing digital biometrics, but they will probably just push Mexico to clean up the cartels, and maybe we'll see some strikes. And if I get kidnapped, well, it was nice knowing y'all. Yeah, nothing else to say. Keep up the great work, guys, and send these folks money. So.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Somebody's probably already cutting up the clip where he said 33 is my favorite number.
Yeah, right.
33, I'll tell you, 33 is my favorite number. I got to jump off 2 really quick, but 33 is a great number. It's 1/3. I use it in editing all the time. It's actually the Jesus number. I can't remember his name. Decoding Your Reality. I hired him to do my thing, and 33 and 7 was my number. Be proud of 33.
We're all Freemasons now.
But I just wanted to say on that note, I guess, is that when I first started doing this, I guess the idea was to convince people that all the government is like a private thing, like a company. You look at it as a corporation, and they're offering you a habitat, just like the gentleman was talking about these cities being built. They were offering you that. They were offering you the civilization. That's what but if you look at history, it's always like, the cost is you have to pay for it with your physical labor, to slave for it and stuff like that. If you accept that offer. But now that we live through COVID, I've realized that a lot of people know that. They know it, and whether they admit it or not, they know it, and they're like, yeah, and that's why we're here, because it's a good deal, And so many people are cool with that. It was shocking to me. I guess I was projecting. I was imagining that if people just knew that it was a fraud, that they'd be like, oh, fuck this, but it doesn't matter. So what matters is that we choose. So far, someone was just talking about taxes. I've chosen to never file income tax, and they never bother me. And in fact, I was married twice, and my second wife filed for me. I told her, don't, and she did it anyways. and they went after her, but they don't ever call me. They don't ever email me. They don't ever bother with me because I never made a deal with them. And at the time, I just thought it's because I don't trust the government. I'm like, well, fuck the government. And I thought I was irresponsible. I thought I was just like an irresponsible, stupid musician, but I was cool with that. As I've gotten older, I'm like, God, thank God I did that. But that's really what it is. They offer it to us. So far, we might get ICE with guns in our faces, but we're getting close. But so far, it's not like that. So far, they say, hey, would you like to do this? And we say yes. And I think they're going to do that all the way through the end. And the flip side to that is you can opt out. And this is so solid, in my opinion, from my observation. I think it's almost like a rule that has to be abided by in this place. I don't know. That is, you can trick people all you want. That's the free market, really. The free market is, I mean, everyone here is basically selling their opinions and their ideas and their beliefs. And some people are making a living doing it. And we can choose the people that we want to listen to. And if you want to choose, for example, Derrick and Ryan, if you appreciate their work and you want to choose their work, then the most solid way to get their work is to help them in any way that you can, to give back so that there is this reciprocal spiritual relationship. Because really, I think, in my opinion, that's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in trying to manage the earth. I'll leave that up to these Yahoo clowns. Have fun. That doesn't sound like fun to me. I'm here to try to grow and try to evolve and try to hopefully accomplish the things that my creator wanted me to accomplish in this lifetime. I want to get at least a passing grade in that sense. And so to me, the external world is just a matter of trying to manage my life so that I can always be able to follow my heart. That's the most important thing, in my opinion, is that we're all free enough to be able to follow our heart. And like I said, right when I jumped on the call, we still have this opportunity where we can freely talk and stuff like that. And hopefully we'll always have this. But for now, I wish everyone all the best. And I hope that everyone listening, if you haven't already, give to Derrick and Ryan. And thank you, Derrick and Ryan, for thinking of me.
Thank you, brother.
I was actually trying to think of, people are giving stuff away. And I'm like, I was starting to feel like on the spot. Like, I'm looking around, like, what do I have? And I really don't have anything other than my junk. So
there's got to be an old Greg Reese microphone you're not using. Right. Somebody would love to have.
I do. Now that you mention it, all right. I brought it up for a reason, I guess. I have a microphone that is sitting in a drawer. I bought it in Russia. I bought it in a Moscow music store, which I think makes it kind of cool. But I have other things I bought there, so I'm fine with parting with it. It is a good mic. I got it I did a man on the street in Russia, and I normally don't do that. And I thought it was great. And the man on the street, I talked to a bunch of people. I had a translator with me because I don't speak the language. I talked to a bunch of people, young, old, men, women, and they all basically had the exact same answer. I asked them, if you could talk to Americans, what would you say? And they all said the same thing in their own way. They all said, why don't you understand how important family is? Why don't you understand how important it is to reproduce and have children and to look after your family and to form like communities around family and family. And I don't have a family of my own, but I grew up in a very safe family, which is a very rare, extraordinary gift to have on planet Earth, is to grow up in a safe family. And in my opinion, it felt safe. And it was, and the love of my mother, a blessing. I mean, so many great things. To me, these are the most important things that a human could ask for, is family. And so anyways, blah, blah, blah. So that's everyone's answer. And one of the reasons that's the reason I love Russia is the people. The people, I think and this is based on several Russians I've talked to, because I asked a lot of Russians. I said, why is it that you guys are so like united and cool and instead of fighting each other? Because I came there from America, where I was just so tired to see like half of America hating on the other half of America, stupid, retarded stuff. And their answer was always the same. Their answer was like, well, we learned, back, usually the story is the Holodomor. Usually the story is, well, tens of millions of Russians were killed by their government, and we learned, and sad to say, I think, well, they say 17 million were killed by the shot, and we haven't learned yet. So we'll see. But anyways, that's with the microphone. The story of the microphone is I got it to do a man on the street, and I think I've only used it once. I don't think I've ever used it again. I used it that one time.
All right.
I needed something I could hold up like this and be like, I'm a reporter.
Right. So
I'm sure somebody would love that, dude.
But yeah, if anyone, I mean, what should I do? What's the deal? I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I ship that to someone who gives a certain.
We'll get in touch with you. We'll figure it out. But Ryan's giving away one of his mics, signed microphone, to the person who donates 500.
All right, I'll
so
sign it. Yeah,
if you want to sign it, maybe we'll do something similar. And just if whoever donates, do put in a request. I'll just mention we're about to hit 12,000. Anonymous 250. Thank you for all your hard work. I love the volunteers package. Scott Starr, old friend from 9/11 Truth Days back in New York, just gave 200. You are both excellent in all that you do. Lots of good comments. So thank you everybody who's supporting. Thank you, Greg, for contributing too.
And now, and you get Greg's Russian microphone. What a fantastic benefit.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Really appreciate
it. It's seriously, that mic's got some love on it, man. It really does. It's got the love of dozens of Russians talking to America, and it's got my love for Russia on it. So yeah.
Awesome.
Anyway.
Ryan, you wanted to introduce Indy before we go to the next topic?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Greg's saying bye. So thanks for joining, brother. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Indy, jump on in, brother. Let us know. Just introduce yourself. Talk about your work.
Oh, sure. Again, thank you so much just for the invite, and honored to be able to be on this panel. I've been watching and in the chat, and that's really how I started out. I was a fan kind of in 2020, and the mold everything broke for me. Believing in the system and in the duopoly, and then all of a sudden realizing, holy crap, they're not there for us, and they're there for all them. And who was there? Independent media was there. I started amplifying independent media, and that's what I started doing. And our paths kind of crossed in that way because of the topics that we were looking at, the things that we were questioning. And I started building aggregator sites. And now we have IndieNewsNow.com, and it aggregates basically everybody's content here on top of about 100 others. And I'm dedicated to making sure that we exit and build from the platforms. Okay, my cause is to exit and build and make sure that we separate our money from the platforms, and that the YouTubes and the Rumbles that have their hands in our pockets and are taking a massive percentage. I love the people that do support through those platforms, but if you could do it through the ones that don't take such a large percentage from the creators, as tough as it is for creators to make things work in this world, it really makes a massive difference. So that's one of the soapboxes that I've been on lately. I've been lucky and fortunate enough to be able to interview Matt Weinglass over at the Homeless Left, as well as Ryan and TLAV, and a couple other panelists here. And again, it's so important that we have uncorrupted, independent, ad-free voices that are telling the story and bringing their own perspective from across the world. I think it's so important to talk to people that are in the location. So for example, what's going on in Minnesota right now? We luckily have somebody in our extended family that lives in that area. So to get the story from somebody on the ground right now versus listening to how they're spinning it out in corporate media is so valuable. And corporate media doesn't necessarily want to listen to that, but independent media does. And that's why I think it's so important to support channels like Last American Vagabond that has been there breaking through the wall for more than a decade, that's been sued because of what they're saying, that's been censored, that's been shadow banned. And that happens to all of us, but it really happened to these guys first, to Corbett, that was deplatformed. And, Derrick talked earlier about some of the other channels that aren't here anymore, unfortunately, how Charlie was able to rebirth the activist post, which had been kind of defunct for a while, and bring that back. And let's reclaim some of those names and reclaim some of those properties that had such value then. And I see what's happening to Zoe, and I feel awful, and I wish I could do even more to help her. She's being debanked, and she's unable to publish, and she talked about some of her struggles earlier, and I've been trying to help her with developers and websites and anything we can do to help get the word out there, and anything anybody can do, share, talk about what's going on out there, and talk about independent media and how just brainwashing corporate media is. I think that it's really important. And Ryan talks about the two-party, the two-party illusion, the duopoly illusion. We've been anti-duopoly for years and really believe in it and try really hard not to cover their issues and on their timeline.
Yeah.
So again, I just want to say thank you for inviting us, for inviting me. Support independent media. Those are the properties. INN Indie News Network is what I started years ago. And thank you, Ryan, for showing this the website. And thanks, Derrick, for all you're doing too.
I remember when you sent us the award and everything. You're doing good work, man. So you keep it up. And I think that this is, the growth of this, like you're talking about from how you started it. This is what it's all about. So thank you. I really appreciate that. I want to introduce Dennis Kucinich, who has limited time today. So I'm really honored you joined us. Hey, brother. We've been doing a podcast called Fine Print on BitChute with Jeffrey Warnick and Bruce Fine, and just really come to greatly respect his work and his opinion. So thanks for joining.
Ryan, back at you, and thank you for the work that you and everyone who's on this call, involved in independent media, courageous to stand up for the truth of as we know it and what we see. The Last American Vagabond is to be celebrated for its role. And Ryan, I can't thank you enough for your willingness to speak out forthrightly and without equivocation at a time when we're being presented with alternative realities constantly and being asked to indulge and participate in them, and being told not to believe our own eyes and not to believe our ears. And this duality that is characteristic of our time, that's promoted by legacy media, has put people in a position that they just don't know what's going on and they don't know who to believe. But independent media gives them something to anchor their thinking in, and something that that is unvarnished. I'm glad to hear, as about how you're relying on people on the ground, people who are where things are happening, to be able to get a report. And certainly Minnesota's in all of our minds. I just published a piece on the Kucinich report on Substack about it, and from the standpoint of the constitutional issues that are at stake. And that's the podcast that Ryan and I are involved in almost once a week about the deeper constitutional issues that we're facing in America. So it's great to join you and to say hi to everyone. And Ryan, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to say hello and to encourage everyone. This, if we're going to save America, it's because of people who are on this call and people who have the intention to challenge the status quo and not take anything for granted. So thanks again.
Thank you, Dennis. It's an honor to have you here. I don't know how much time you have. If you want to stick around for a minute, if you have limited time, feel free to drop off whenever. But if you want to, talk about something, Minnesota, or anything else, anything
Ryan,
you want to get into?
I wanted to pull up something real quick, Ryan, for Dennis. Mr. Kucinich, it's good to see you again. We haven't seen each other in years. Ryan, I put a link in the chat. This is an interview just to kind of throw some memories back. I interviewed Dennis in Aspen, Colorado at the Nexus Earth Conference in 2017. And talking about Standing Rock at the time, talking about nuclear weapons, government corruption. There you go. The both of us looking a little younger there. So that was back in 2017. Just as an example of the length of time that I've been in the independent media, but also working with Ryan, and of course Mr. Kucinich yourself being a voice of reason amongst insanity in the two-party system. So really appreciate you being here. And if you do have a minute to stick around, I was going to bring up another topic that I've reported exclusively on Last American Vagabond. And I'd love to get any comments here from anybody who wants to contribute. As I was saying earlier, the stories we've been covering, the UN whistleblower who just came to me the last couple of days, going to the fluoride trial. I was one of the only people there. Like, these are works, articles, and reports that I've done exclusively on the lastamericanvagabond.com because of the support of everybody who supports us financially. I also wanted to mention, Ryan, if you could pull up the Bethany Christian Services series. So in 2024, I had a couple of women reach out to me about this organization called Bethany Christian Services, which is an adoption agency. And I'd known a little bit about adoption agency and how that industry could be corrupted. I've researched, of course, human trafficking in other areas and foster homes and other arenas, but I hadn't looked into the adoption industry specifically. And these different women came to me and they started to share private communications. They started to share their whole history of being on different sides of the adoption story. One are young women who maybe get mixed up into drugs or have a bad home life and they end up having a baby at a young age. This whole industry is built up around them to essentially just swarm them, not inform them of their rights and tell them like, look, if you don't want your baby, you can give it up to us. We'll take care of it. You can visit it every week. And they sell them this whole picture of an adoption that is, they're going to be connected to the baby. They're going to watch it grow up from a distance and things like that. And the short version is basically it's all lies. And this entire industry, there's so many companies, Bethany Christian Services is just one of them, that these mothers and these parents reached out to me and started to share their adoption records and their history and showing communications with the adopted parents. And of course, the children are often very traumatized from the whole experience. My point here is that this is just another type of story that the Last American Vagabond that I've written exclusively through this, because people trust us, because people reach out and say, I want you to help me bring this story to the light. I don't know anybody else in the independent media who will give this the time or the credit it deserves. And it ends up becoming this series of articles investigating this industry. This is just one example of that. But I'm curious if anybody here, or Dennis, even in your role within the political system, if you'd ever come across anything relating to the adoption industry and any sort of efforts to try to, I guess, make it more accountable and more responsible to these parents.
I've come across issues that relate to trafficking, and God knows the potential for what you just described being involved in something like that. But thank you for exposing it. I wish I could stay on this entire call, but I can't. I love to speak to each and every one of you. Ryan, feel free to give my contact information out to anybody who's on this call. And I look forward to working with you, every one of you, on the things that you care about and on the things that the country cares about as well. So, Ryan, thank you for the invitation, and I look forward to being part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Talk to you
Thank
soon. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Yeah. Anybody else have thoughts on the adoption industry? If not, I was going to go to one more extreme of some of the stories we reported on, which I think could be a potential. I know Desi has issues. She wanted to talk about Greg's comment earlier. I know you had some wherever you want to take it. Anybody, feel free to jump in.
Well, I want to tackle that adoption angle first, quickly, because the trafficking and the adoption centers, they definitely go hand in hand. There's currently, like as we're speaking, people are looking into a very similar one to the Bethany one with TPUSA and Liberty University, that has had very similar reports from the women of coercion and all sorts of horrible things of their babies. But from my knowledge of it, which I do particularly take an interest in what happens to children. So the adoption scandals, the biggest one that I've looked into at all, and it concerns the United States, just so happens to include Guatemala, was the 80s and 90s, which was like that's my era. I was born in 91. So they had, I think, 30,000 stolen children from these adoption agencies that were set up essentially with the help of USAID back in Guatemala to funnel 30,000 children that, the parents were told the baby died or they didn't make it, or it was a legitimate adoption. And there's just now been a large wave in the last few years here in the United States of people that came from that system that have been able to retrace their families. And it's been enlightening. And I think it's really opening the door for people to investigate these kind of things, because for a long time, adoptions was kind of off the seat. Now we have digitalization and everything, it's much more easy to track these things down. But it's one thing I've noticed is just it's clear that it's still a massive trafficking operation by and large. It doesn't matter if it's a Christian center or Catholic center. They seem to all have this kind of underlying agenda.
Yeah. Just one other point on that real quick. Sorry, right. I want to just stress this comment because this is something I heard a lot when I was writing the story. It's over on YouTube on one of our channels. And again, not to get derailed into a whole debate where we probably don't all agree on it, but the comment is, but adoption is always better than abortion, isn't it? And I know some people would say yes, but I can also say that just based on not my personal opinion, but some of the sources I spoke to, some of the women, even though they were not very pro-abortion, felt like it maybe have been better if they had, if they had an abortion because their child's life ended up so traumatized because of the lies they were sold by the adoption industry. And that's the whole thing, is there is this entire veneer around it that people, that most of us have been sold growing up, and there's people who are wealthy. Sometimes these are wealthy, light-skinned white folk who go into some foreign country and they're sold one story, and it literally is trafficking. There is actually a huge scandal unfolding in Korea that I kind of touched on in my investigation, where South Korea just had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I think, all about the adoption industry, because post the Korean War, there was a shitload of Korean adoptees, kids who were abandoned, their parents had been killed. And that created this massive industry of adoption where, kids came to America, Canada, et cetera. And many of them now have learned that basically their families are still alive, or that they were kidnapped, or just all these kind of messed up circumstances. So it's not this pretty picture that people have been sold, that, a baby's going to be left on the street or it's going to be aborted, so the adoption home is always going to be the better option. There's many, many examples where I think it'd be hard to argue that that's a better option. And again, not to get into an abortion debate, but I just wanted to address that comment.
Well, it's a very personal thing. Everyone's got different opinions, but the point to be made is that clearly, if you look at very real, provable parts of the darkest side of that story, it goes, there's death involved as well. There's a point to be made about where that really can go. And it's a horrifying conversation. But what I want to point out is interesting is around these groups. And first and foremost, it's important to consider, especially from the government perspective, that there is involvement. And there's been many provable cases of people in these companies or in the government, in child protective services, being involved in this horrible, in trafficking. That's a provable reality. That's not to say that it's every time or all of, any or every company. So I think it's worth considering as well that, these people gravitate towards these positions. It doesn't have to immediately mean the company itself or the people who own it, or, we should consider those, but it's always important to be objective and just recognize the crime where we can prove it, and in some cases it goes beyond that. And I think I remember seeing reports, this goes a long way from within, I'm speaking from the California perspective, I believe, because I think there's different names in different states, child protective services within California, but that they were something like, I forget, I don't want to quote the wrong percentage, but a very high percentage of people that are kids that would go through this process would end up in some form of trafficking. And that was coming from their reports. They're not claiming responsibility or saying we did that, but simply saying through this process, dishonest parents or other companies will come in and manipulate. And that's just the core. Then you get into whether there's a more coordinated, darker Epstein type story in there. And we know these things exist. So this is such important work. And it's like you were talking about earlier, or rather I think it was Greg, I forget who pointed it out, but being willing to say the hard thing in the moment where it's hardest is what we're all here for, and that's what most people shy away from, is waiting for it to be sort of acknowledged to then come out and break the story. But it's about saying the hard thing when it's hard, not when it's easy, so shout out to you, Derrick.
I'd love to get Matt or anybody else's opinions. Just, I know Destiny had more to add, but just on the adoption industry, if any of you guys have thoughts on that.
Jump in anytime, guys.
I'll just say this is obviously something that, as Ryan pointed out, it's factual, it's provable. We see it. We can have this ideological discussion about abortion separately, although it's not separate, but it's important to recognize the difference between factual assessment and then where we come from ideologically. And I do think that when the information is available to people, they need to be able to reassess their stance. And it doesn't mean it takes away from your ideology. It's just that we need to be a little more aware of options in this arena. And I think it does come back to, and again, I don't mean to jump over to ideology, but there is something about applying principle to giving all options to mothers, to families, to husbands and wives, to everybody, that they have every option to work with, and then they can assess these circumstances when they're making these hard choices. And that's why I think being consistent with that principle is something to point out. And I also would say this: when you get caught in an ideological debate with somebody who is trying to apply some other ideology of religion and try to say, hey, we have to say no to abortion all around, no matter what, then you look at the landscape from that point of view, and you see that you don't see anybody in that arena championing improving societal conditions, improving the ability to elevate families who are struggling. You don't see consistency with their war agendas, and that it's okay that kids are getting murdered and destroyed and blown up in Palestine, but but we care about lives no matter what, innocent lives of children. So I just think those are things to always think about when you get caught into these debates. And I'm not saying this isn't the place to have that particular debate, but just to be aware of that. So we should always want to have this information, and we should always be open to critical thinking when we see the child sex trafficking, this idea that the CPS is involved with this. This should alarm everyone. It doesn't matter what church you belong to or where your starting point is. You should be alarmed about this, and you should want to have this information and get it out to people in an honest way.
Yeah, yes, sir. We'll turn it to Tim real quick after this, but welcome Carrie Wedler to the show. Honored to have you here. Thanks for joining, Carrie.
Hi, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tim, if you want to jump in with comments on that. It looked like you were going to say something.
Well, yeah, what I heard about Guatemala, and it just made me think of something of a contract that I saw for social media influencers in the region. The U.S. Government, the embassy in Guatemala, they put out a program or a contract called Influencer Rapid Response. It's not to do with the with abortion and things like that, but it made me think of like what kind of influences are going on. So whatever kind of social media campaigns, what kind of societal social engineering they're doing. And there's this one thing from just September of last year. They wanted to identify and recruit local content producers and TikTok, bloggers, media personalities to align with U.S. interests and provide training and resources to counter narratives. This was about smuggling and transnational criminal organization, or malign actors, as they call them. So when I heard about Guatemala and things, and it just made me think about the kind of influence campaigns that are going on, and that a lot of people on social media, influencers, a lot of them are getting paid, and a lot of them are getting paid through the governments, and not just ours, like from all over the world. But I just wanted to add in with that. Yeah.
I think it's my opinion entirely, but whether it's bots or that, I think that's most of what's happening today. And I don't mean to say that's people that don't even realize that they're compromised or don't realize what's driving them or what's nudging them. And it's just, that's, you got a lot of these newer creators that pop up that, that are out of nowhere. And I don't think all of them are like fully aware that they're being used. It's a really weird dynamic, but we should, not that alleviates them from responsibility, but it's the $7,000 Israel point. You're right. It's everywhere. Our government, what you just said, to align with U.S. interests. So it's like, we're paying you to make sure you say these things, but then not framing it as we're controlling what you have to say. It's like Rubio saying, we're not controlling Venezuela. We're just controlling their policy. It's like, the people are just
Ryan, we don't need $7,000 checks because we've raised $12,500 from I think more than 100 people now at this point who are supporting TLAV and the conscious resistance. Just want to shout out a couple people real quick before we get to some more topics here. Anonymous, $100, love you guys, and gave us a video about wisdom for our gardens. Cody Reed says he wants to meet with you, Ryan. Laura Hetrick, $50, thanks for all the work you guys do. Lisa, thank you for all your work and staying with it despite all they throw at you. Joseph Zinner, that's a friend from back in Houston. What's up, brother? Keep up the great work. Excellent work. So lots of good comments coming in. Again, thank you to everybody who has been contributing to this TLAV and Conscious Resistance fundraiser. We're almost 3 hours in, and I think it's about 6 a.m. in Japan. So James Corbett might be showing up at some point soon to join us. So we'll be happy for that. I did want to bring up just another example of the type of investigations, the type of things that I've been able to do working with Ryan over the last 5.5 years and get opinions from everybody here, because I think we'll have, again, diverse thoughts on this. As I mentioned with the last story, so the adoption story, that started with mothers reaching out to me and saying, here's my story, here's what I've dealt with, this is Bethany Christian Services, handing me paperwork, proving to me what they were claiming. Another story that started in this way, it was kind of related to a bigger investigation that I did, so I'm going to mention one of them, and then we'll talk about the one that led to people sending Ryan and I VHS tapes of things that they had recorded on TV in like the 80s and 90s and basically wanting us to report on it. So one of them was that in 2022, the Utah Sheriff's Department, they announced an investigation into what they called, this is not our words, ritualized child sex abuse. And that obviously was like a headline that it actually didn't make many headlines. It was reported in Utah. I actually heard about it from Jason Burmis, who was here earlier. And Burmis sort of did an initial report on it and then kind of moved on. And I started to look into it and I realized this was more than just, it's going to deserve more than just one video and be done with it. And I won't get into the whole thing here because I've written probably a dozen articles on it now over the last 13 years. Short version, this man named David Hamblin, a therapist, was accused in numerous court documents by more than a dozen alleged victims. And I say alleged because it never went to court, unfortunately, including his own daughters, of abusing him as part of a cult in Utah that involved people who were all part of the Mormon Church in Utah, which is a very powerful political and obviously religious force in that state and around the United States. And so this case had come back up out of nowhere. 2022, the Utah sheriff said they got enough evidence to announce the investigation and then to arrest David Hamblin. And unfortunately, over 2 years of back and forth, all charges were dismissed and a bunch of tomfoolery happened. I detail it in all these articles. So when I started to report on that, though, a lot of people in Utah reached out to me and said, hey, I'm Mormon, I'm involved in the church, or I saw this. And it turned into a whole series of articles. Ryan, the one I'm thinking about is called The Mormon Church and Child Sexual Abuse. It was like the fourth or fifth one because, as I said, it started with this investigation about David Hamblin. Then I started to investigate that the fact that Utah is probably, besides maybe Florida, one of the states that has the most wild and extensive history of child abuse and sex cults and things like that. And a lot of it does relate to the Mormon Church. We won't have time here to get into all of it, but I definitely encourage people to check that out because this is just another area when you start to look into it, heavily documented. And so as I'm reporting this, I'm getting information sent to me from all kinds of people, Mormons, ex-Mormons, about the things that they witnessed. And it starts to get into this area of research that many of us hear about, but claims of Satanism. And even in the case of David Hamblin, some of the young girls who wrote, I mean, I'm talking about 300-page victim statements, not like, oh, he took me to his house and abused me one time, but detailed statements of the names and the people and where they lived and which houses they took them to. And some of these police reports, some of these witness statements, in their own words, say that they were raped while the men were doing a prayer to Lucifer. They were raped while they took off the skin of a dead person and wore it while they were doing the raping. Like very, very disturbing, detailed stuff. And so this led to an investigation that we called Justice Delayed, which was an investigation into the head of the Mormon Church, or the former head of the Mormon Church, Gordon B. Hinckley, and one of his officials in the church, a man named Walton Hunter. Actually, his daughter reached out to me, and she became the source for this 3-part investigation that we did. And I think we were able to conclusively, provide, at least I can't say prove because it's not a court of law, but provide more evidence and give his daughter, as well as some of the things that she claimed, and corroborate them. And her story of being abused by her own father and being abused by different people in the Mormon Church, and people who unfortunately are not here to, be held accountable. And so there's that angle, and I'd love any thoughts on that. But then the other one I wanted to bring up, the last one, Ryan, which was what I mentioned about the tape. So in the Justice Delayed investigation with Walton Hunter, that did involve tapes being sent to me. And there's this old documentary about the Mormon Church that only got played one time on TV or something, and it disappeared. And the only reason you can find it on the internet now is because somebody sent it to us in a VHS form. Brian digitized it, and then it turned into part of my article series. And so we started getting sent different tapes. And one of them was from this journalist in Oklahoma on NBC Channel 4. His name was Brad Edward, I believe. And he used to do a segment every week called, sorry, I'm trying to pull it up in front of me. I can't remember the name of the weekly segment, but this one week he called it, Are the Children Lying? And he does this whole report about
Your Corner.
Satanic abuse. Yeah, Your Corner. So he did the weekly kind of local news back when journalism was actually journalism on local news. This was in the 1980s. We don't know the exact date, but somebody sent us the tape. And so we were able to take that tape, put it on the internet for probably the first time ever, put that documentary of the Mormon Church leader and the accusations. And I don't mean just random people making accusations. I mean, this is a very well done documentary from back in the 80s that it made waves when it first came out, but this was before the internet. So it hadn't really been brought into the internet age. And all of this is coming just from people trusting me, trusting Ryan, trusting our ability to communicate these stories. Being able to develop sources like that and try to give them a voice is what really drives me to do independent media. So I just wanted to share that, and I'd love comments on any of those topics. If you guys have veered off into the claims of Satanism and things like that, or just ritual abuse on the broader sense, and also just, this is an example of the kind of independent work, the investigations we've done over the last 5.5 years based on things that people have sent to us directly.
Derrick, I have a question about this because we were looking into some of this, the history of Mormonism, and trying to place this. I think it was Professor Jang that started off our interest in this on our show, and my colleague, co-host Jay Scott, he's been doing some excellent work on this. just trying to get to the bottom of the origins of this, seems to be in the realm of the Freemasons, and the idea that this setting up this new, I guess you can call this religion, this cult, whatever, in that particular time frame, late 1800s, which ended up primarily existing in the Utah area. We see this very similar, approach to this satanic worship and the focus on the bringing in the children. And it seems that this Freemason, I would say, launching point also is where we're seeing the Zionist launching point in the exact same time frame. Is that something that you have come across as far as the chronological order of how this has the roots of this thing? Are you seeing the same stuff as far as the Freemasons connection to Mormonism and the satanic elements going on here?
There's definitely a huge Freemason Mormon connection. And again, that's not, obviously all kinds of opinions on the Masons. I believe they're at least one piece of, not every single Mason, of course, just like not every single Jew and all that sort of thing. But absolutely, are there Masons who have been high level in the Masonry and then high level in politics and elsewhere and in religion? Absolutely. And Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism, was a master Mason himself. And I just covered this like for a slight bit, but once you dive into this world, you find that there's actually a whole subculture on YouTube. For example, I want to shout out Relentless Hope. You can check out her channel. There's a whole subculture, and it's kind of in the true crime area of current and ex-Mormons who are deeply into this investigation, because a lot of people enter that religion and end up deeply traumatized or abused. That's what I was saying. Like, as soon as I started to report on it, just the amount of people who started to reach out and share their stories was really astounding. And so they have extensive research showing this. And yeah, there's a lot of rituals apparently within Mormonism that are identical to Mason rituals. And there's just a lot of overlap there, definitely since the beginning. And then also we both alluded to the fact that the Mormons are very powerful. And just as an example of that, Mormons are actually, there's a lot of people worried about Bill Gates buying up all the land. That is true. He was doing that. But the Mormons actually own the majority of the U.S. land that's not privately held, like as far as one institution goes. Also, in the case I was describing of therapist David Hamblin, in the police files, there's another accusation against a man named David Levitt, who at the time was the Utah County Attorney. He's since resigned, and now he's like renovating a castle in Scotland. And I think essentially he got away with human trafficking because he's accused in some really disturbing things that we cover in these reports. But his father was Dixie Levitt, who was the head of the Levitt Insurance Company. His brother, I can't remember his brother's name at the moment. There he is right there on the screen. His brother's the former governor of Utah. Like, the Levitt family, deeply connected to the Mormon church, deeply connected to Utah politics, and there's some mafia connections as well. I mean, that the Mormons as a church are a huge player. I'm not saying they're the top of the pyramid or anything like that, but they're definitely more than just some weird kooky church that people might kind of deem them as. And so they're definitely, there are those Freemason connections and Zionist connections as well in there. It's a huge rabbit hole, man.
Yeah, we hope to be doing some more work on this, and I appreciate you providing this. We're gonna look more into that as well. So yeah, we appreciate.
I'll make one point about the comment you made about that, and I'll throw to Carrie. I want to make sure I give her some time here since she was the new addition to the conversation today. But the interesting point you make about Zionism. I mean, it's funny because right now, because it's clearly a central point, because there's clearly, like, I would argue, the more than anywhere else, propaganda around this to make you not look at how obvious the connection is, and not even to get into the whole topic about the misrepresentation, making it about racism and so on. But what's interesting is it might not be surprised to find out that there is a very clear connection. And here's just some of the random articles I've covered: Jewish Journal, Are Mormons Zionist? And you won't be surprised by the argument, or just the complicated relationship between Mormons and Jews, and the conversation that Latter-day Saints patterned themselves after biblical Israel. And what you'll find today is a very clear conversation from leading Zionist entities that Mormonism is a sister entity to what they're doing. Now, that's not to say anything other than there could be deeper connection within it. And my work has gone deeper into that if you want to get into it in the show and past conversations I've had. But what I find interesting is the history around it and how it is, I mean, you can go back to the reality of, and it's a horrible, there's movies made about it, about the way Mormons were slaughtering Christians, about the way Mormons were literally dressing up like Native Americans and slaughtering people and blaming it on Native Americans that were then slaughtered because of their actions. And that's not every Mormon. It's not every, but the point is important in the context of what we're discussing around what Zionism is doing and how this does tie in. And it's interesting that it doesn't get as much attention in the vein of what Derrick said about buying land. It's just worth considering that there is a bigger story there, and that at the very least, there are some connections, and anything, in my opinion, that Zionism is supporting is something we should look closer at. That's my personal opinion. But I'll throw to you, Carrie, for wherever you want to go or comments on that. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing
Thanks
great.
for coming today.
I feel like I actually joined at a great time to express the sentiment that I want to share. So I came on when you guys started talking about satanic ritual abuse. It's like very heavy stuff. So what I just wanted to say in support of you guys is that if you're watching this, if you're paying attention to all this stuff, it's heavy. It is hard to be aware of these things. It is really hard to have a perspective outside the mainstream that's really digging into all of the horrific things that go on in this world. And I just want to commend both of you, because you have been doing this for so long with so much consistency. And I have been doing it for as long, but with not as much consistency because of the toll it takes on me. That's a big reason why I'm not as consistent as you guys. I do my best and I'm trying to, do more, but I am in awe of people like you who, despite the personal toll, despite a lot of the thanklessness, around the work you guys do, you still do it. And I see such a deep passion and drive and commitment and integrity in both of you. And it is not an easy thing to do, to keep your principles, to stay consistent, to be so dug into the trenches on this kind of work. So for everyone watching, I speak as someone who has been worn down by the heaviness of this world many times over, and I rest and I come back, but it's like you guys don't even need the rest. And I am so struck just by the amount of energy you put into this work, and you put your whole hearts and souls and minds into it. And I just want to really stress that, because it is not an easy thing to do. Again, if you're watching, you know how hard it is just to be aware of these things, to care about these things, but to make your entire life's purpose about it is so commendable. It's so impressive. And I cannot express enough how grateful I am for you guys, and just how much fortitude it really takes on so many levels to be able to do the work that you guys do for as long as you have. And I appreciate you.
Well, I'll just say, I can't express how much that means to me, Carrie. I mean, you've been, you're someone I've looked up to in the past to this very point, but when I first started, anti-media, we've mentioned that already on the show, and so you've been doing this longer than most people here. So just that means the world to me. So thank you so much. And I really do hope, that you continue the work and that people tend to support your work, because it's outstanding. I mean, some of the stuff you put out, it kills me every time. It's like I play it at the beginning of my show every time I see one. It's
Thank you.
Good work.
Yeah, Karen, we were given some anti-media love earlier, shouting out everybody to anti-media. And for those who don't know, Carrie was the editor at Anti-Media. So, been around a long time. And yeah, as Ryan was saying, your work it reaches people in totally different ways than either Ryan or I do. And that's also what's important about everybody who's popped in today, who's doing written investigations or podcasts or quick short clips, and remixing other people's articles, aggregating all the different ways that everybody are trying to reach people. So thank you for being here with us, Carrie.
Yeah. And since you mentioned anti-media, I want to mention that I worked with you there, Derrick, and it's been years since we got censored. I can say it freely. You were for sure my favorite writer to edit, because I could trust you. I knew that you were going to be really diligent about your sourcing. Right. You were easy. Just the written word, you were so clear. So I just, again, more praise, because I really enjoyed working with you, and I really appreciate your commitment to real accuracy, not just pushing narratives, not just reporting what proves what you're trying to say, but really putting an emphasis on giving all the information to people so they can decide for themselves and they can think for themselves. And I think that's so key in the current age, and really always. But I just wanted to commend you again.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you.
I echo that entirely, Derrick. 100%. Well, Robert, welcome to the show, brother. Good to have you joining. You guys all know Robert, writer for the Last American Vagabond. How are you, brother?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Well, since you're here, shout out anything else you want, other work you do, anything else you just recently did, or just, wherever you want to go. What's on your mind?
No, I just wanted obviously to commend the work that you do and the platform that you've set up here. Of course, I work across a whole bunch of different media outlets, and I've always been able to bring precisely what I wanted to TLAV, and to actually communicate all of the authentic points of view that I have. You've never held me back once. It's been a pleasure working with you over the years. And I'm happy to be a part of this platform. So I suppose that's what's on my mind right now. We can go into anything you want to, though.
Thanks for being here, Robert. We haven't actually got to connect before, but I'm always seeing your work on TLAV as well. And you always do a great job of covering, you know, the geopolitics in the Middle East, Syria, Israel, of course. Thanks for all the time you put into those reports.
Thank you. Thanks. And thanks for your work as well. I know we haven't actually spoken before, but yeah, I've also seen your reports over the years. So it's
Awesome,
an honor to be here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Robert, I mean, real quick, just on your work. I mean, it's like, you know, this is what I love about what I do is that I've got to reach out. I've got the opportunity to reach out to people like you and all of you here and be able to, you know, absorb what I can from all the greatness out there here and the entire conversation today. And I'll tell you, Robert, your work and your insight on Palestine, on it, I mean, every connected topic that we've talked about, you've changed my perspective on so many things. You've evolved my perspective on so many things. Your work, in my opinion, is hands down the best on that topic out there. And that's not just because you write for us. I say the same when it's posted on Mid-Press News or anywhere else. So just shout out to you and that work in general. And I recommend people check it out because some of the stuff that you put out about what is going to happen, same for Derrick, by the way, or Carrie, or, you know, everyone here, the point of things you've covered have come to pass 6 months later, almost identically, not, you know, not every time, but you know, really well crafted points about what's likely to happen that end up happening identical to what you said, you know, and as we all know, that rarely gets pointed to in the moment, which goes to the algorithmic point we talked about earlier, but just, I wanted to make sure people knew that and to make sure people check out your work. So.
No, that means a lot. Honestly, that means a lot. And, you know, that's why we do it, to try and help shape everyone's point of view, even other people who, like yourself, who understand what's going on. You know, we sort of help each other along as journalists and bring new information to the table so that we can all sort of make up our own minds about different topics. So no, that's
awesome.
Very important.
Yeah, Brian, I want to just give a shout out. We're about to hit 13,000. We've at 12,688. We've got a few more donations that have been coming in as we've been discussing these details. And since Robert's joined, and well, look, it's up to 700 already since I said that. Cool. So we've been at it for 3 hours. I told you I would do this for 2 hours, and I can't believe we're already 3 hours in. So I'm going to go to the top of the hour. So another 45 minutes. Hopefully Corbett shows up here. But we do really thank everybody who has already given. We've already, I think, reached the giveaways of Ryan giving away seed packs and survival kits, the assigned microphone, one-on-one meetings. I think we gave it away already. The 5 people who donated $50 are going to get a copy of any of my books you want. So we will be in touch with everybody, but there's still opportunity for you guys to support. Again, we're doing this. We're bringing together all our friends and colleagues because Ryan wants to continue to do his daily breakdowns. He wants to continue to pay me to write articles. I want to continue to produce documentaries. And that's some of the things we want to do in 2026. I actually want to start making documentaries that would kind of be under a shared brand of The Last American Vagabond of the Conscious Resistance. If you've seen my previous documentary work or what I've been doing with the Pyramid of Power, you know the quality of not only the writing and the reporting, but the production that we're trying to bring to the table. So if you want to support us, guys, this is the time where we're really asking you for support to come out and help us make this happen. And I wanted to do a throwback, Ryan, if we could go back to the very first thing I ever did for TLAV 5.5 years ago, which I think was kind of cool because this is May 2020, right? COVID's going on. Ryan and I had been talking for a couple months and he asked me if I wanted to start writing and make it a regular gig. And I was, like many of us at that time, paying attention to Bill Gates and paying attention to, you know, starting to ask the questions. COVID, this is May, so still kind of early. Some people weren't yet questioning things, but we were definitely early in asking what was going on and what was Bill Gates's role and looking at Event 201 and all that different stuff. And between myself, Ryan, and James Corbett and a few other outlets, we launched what we called Expose Bill Gates Day. Some of you might remember this. This was in like the summer 2020. We actually did a couple of these, and it was based largely on this 3-part investigation that I did. First off, kind of looking at Gates's whole history of philanthropy, if you can call it that, and just, you know, some of the truths behind that and how he hides money and what he and sort of the history of philanthropy itself. Then we had a second piece. I can't remember that one. That was focused on COVID and his roles funding different COVID operations. And the third, probably the most controversial, looking at the health surveillance aspect, Event 201, looking up what was the other big incident, the Rockefeller one. Somebody will remember the name. The study that they did like 10 years before, lockdown or something like that. I can't remember. Lockstep. Yeah, that's what it was. And it's been a few years. And looking at all the ways that Bill Gates fit into this. And so we kind of, that was the first 3 things I did for TLAV. I told Ryan, I was like, I got this idea for a super deep dive on Bill Gates. They're each 2,000 words plus. And then we sort of turned that into an Expose Bill Gates Day. And what was cool was actually, I mean, it wasn't a huge thing, but there was at least a dozen cities across the US that I'm sure if you go search Expose Bill Gates on Twitter or elsewhere, you'll find them. I know that where I was based at the time in Houston, there was a movement of people, and it was just going out, passing out information, asking people questions about, different things related to COVID, of course. And we had a fun time in Houston when people masked up and stay away from us. You guys are psychos and all this sort of fun stuff. But it was a cool, like for me, beginning to like have that opportunity. Because again, as a writer, and I think the writers who will understand this, especially in the independent media, you're rarely getting paid by the amount of words you write. Sometimes as a writer, you might get offered pay. That's not usually the case in the independent media. My first writing gig back in 2012 was $20 an article, whether it was 500 words or 10,000 words, right? And over time, I've seen that go up and down and up and down. But that's not really what matters. When you feel like you have something to share, an idea, an investigation, you're going to write it until you feel like it's done. And that might be a 3-part, 10,000 word essay that only a handful of people are going to read, but it felt important. And I think it was important. It was part of that overall kind of zeitgeist of people questioning Bill Gates at that time. And it was really cool to see that it did branch out to some people hitting the streets with signs about Bill Gates. And it wasn't just about this one person, of course. It was more about questioning the COVID narrative. But I just wanted to, kind of through a throwback. That's the kind of work that we've been doing since the beginning. And for me, it's cool to see an idea of an investigation translate to people in the real world going to the streets to spread information.
And there were quite a bit, if I remember correctly, and it kind of took on a life of its own. And there were other groups that were carrying them out. I think it was a large effect. I think, despite the fact that he ultimately is still, now he's very close to the Trump administration, which doesn't make much sense, but it does if you know the bigger picture. But it's still worth calling him out. And we just got a Brian from High Impact Flicks joining us. Awesome. How you doing, Brian? Thanks for joining.
Oh, good. How you guys doing?
Good. We're just talking about Expose Bill Gates Day. That Derrick's investigation he spearheaded, that kind of went around, but we're kind of just having a large conversation about any number of things. Censor new joining, anything on your mind you want to jump in?
What's up, Brian? Thanks for being here, brother.
Hey man, thank you guys for having me. Appreciate all you guys.
Thank you for the work you do.
Yeah. High Impact Flicks is, one of the group. I remember your work was very inspirational to me when I was kind of, coming up in this for the most part. You were doing a lot of, what it was for me, the most thing, Brian, and we talked about this in interviews over the years. You were one of the very clear standout people out there that was nonpartisan, it was very clearly different. Everyone's fighting within the partisanship and you're out here going, but government's wrong and partisanship's stupid. And I opened my mind to those things a lot. So appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, it just seems to me a very easy thing to do. Just like if you're a moral person and you're saying you're a moral person, then you just stick to your principles. It's not rocket science. I don't know how people can betray their own, sense of morality or their own consciousness by going with a Democrat or Republican Party or backing the government in any way. It's just ludicrous to me.
I agree. And that's what's so hard about this is that it becomes so, I argue it's based on facts that we can prove, but it becomes so clear how wrong this path is. And then you daily have to engage with people that it's like there's opinions out there that I find hard to take seriously, but a lot of people have them. So it becomes difficult to not be short and try to engage with people like that. But I'm with you. It's difficult because some of these things are self-evident, in my opinion, but a lot of people fall for it.
I don't know everybody in this room, but I'm pretty sure we have principles and we would never go to our neighbor to steal a cup of sugar, let alone the car out of their garage. But that's exactly what the government does to us on a daily basis. And then to ask another neighbor to do the very thing that you wouldn't do, it's just like, it's not just common sense, but it's the line of morality. It goes back to that. Would you ever initiate unjust force and violence on peaceful people who haven't done anything wrong? The answer is obviously no. Do you think anybody has a higher claim over your life and property than you? The obvious answer is, well, no. Then why are you voting for a government to take over the property or the resources of another person or another country?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to. I'd like to chime in on this because this has been kind of the ongoing theme today, and the reason I'm here and just introduce you. If you guys are just checking me out with the homeless left, as we started this show in this environment. You guys were sharing the story on Bill Gates earlier, and I just have to say, I think one mistake we might make in this space is because we come in an honest way. We're talking about principle. We're talking about moral compasses, and we give credit that other people have this these same principles. They just need to have information. So we make this mistake that if we just give the information, they will also apply those principles. But I don't think, and I think Greg said this earlier today, we're talking about wanting to learn, wanting to grow, wanting to get better. I don't think everybody wants that. And that's kind of on them. We can't shake them by the shoulders and make them change that. What those people want is they want to be right. They want to win. And I think that's the problem we see with when we battle, when we go head to head with Zionists, when we go head to head with COVIDians, when we go head to head with whatever you want to call it, this two-party capture, when you talk about Trump derangement syndrome, whatever it is that you're coming from, you want to be right. And so COVID, I think, is really the biggest call out of that. It's the biggest exposure because we have all the data, we have all the information, we know everything about it, that people were fooled, but they would rather go down with the ship and not apply these principles because maybe they haven't had it their whole lives and they're not about to change right now when they're dealing with excess sickness and side effects and people are dropping dead. I mean, let's talk about this. I'm saying, like, we know that people, friends, colleagues, family members are getting massive these what we call side effects. We can't talk about it with them. They're just getting these rapid cancers. They're getting these horrible things happening to them. And we're all affected by this. What can we do? I think we have to just keep applying principle. And when they're ready to do that, they can. But there's only so much we can do in this space. And obviously the people watching and listening and engaging with us feel the same way. So we just have to be louder about it. But I think that's unfortunately, we're not going to be able to reach everyone. And I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer there. I just think we have to be realists because if everybody had these principles, then every one of these moments would be a wake up aha moment. Whether it's Epstein files, whether it's Gaza, whether it's COVID. I mean, whatever it is, it should be enough, but it's not. And so we just have to accept that not everyone's going to be able to do this, but we can, and the people that we can get out to can. So I'll just say that and leave it with that. But I do have to jump off right now. I'm going to go on podcast with Garland Nixon here in a bit, and I just want to say, good people in this space, thank you guys so much, Ryan, Derrick, everybody. We're going to keep the conversation going on our channel. You guys can find us on Rumble. We do have a new YouTube channel. The first one got terminated, but it's the Homeless Left got terminated, but we're called THL Presents if you guys want to find us on YouTube. So thank you guys so much. And please, guys, donate to the cause. This TLAV has to continue. Obviously, setting this high bar for us over these last several years, it's so important that we keep that standard and keep applying it and be inspired, which we are every day. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you joining, and tell Garland we said hello as well. Thank you, man.
Okay, definitely.
Just on his point really quickly, it's an important thing to consider, that not everybody is going to be open to what we have to say. And I think we all deal with this. Clearly, we all deal with the frustration of that. But I think we'd all probably likely agree, Matt, as well, that we should continue regardless, right? That to try is always important, and to consider where your energies go and whether what's going to be more fruitful. But I think some of my best experiences or most, I guess, rewarding are with the people that were just hell-bent on not acknowledging it, and then at some point have that moment. I'm sure we've all had that, and it's just powerful, where, I'm sure we get those emails like that somebody reaches out to me every week and says, man, if it wasn't for your COVID work, ultimately I wouldn't be alive, or my mother wouldn't be here. And some of these people were ones that were calling me a terrorist when it first started, and it's a powerful thing to realize, so it's a good point to consider what he said. But I
want to pick up on that point, Ryan, and actually toss it to Carrie, because I know you said you got to leave shortly. But I just real quick on Matt's point, I tend to agree, that we aren't going to wake up everybody, and that it's not ultimately our responsibility. Obviously, we all feel a sense of responsibility. What's up, James? We're all here trying to reach people in our different ways, so we feel called to it for some reason or another, but ultimately people are on their own journey. And there's there's the kind of the theory, I think it comes from the Bible, or I can't remember who first wrote about it, somebody in the libertarian movement, about the idea of the remnant. And the idea is essentially, instead of trying to wake up the masses, you just focus on the remnant, the people who already get it. And so I know that there's some people who are kind of taking that strategy where they're like, okay, I'm going to focus on reaching these people because they're already in our club, so to speak. And how do I take those people and move to somewhere positive instead of banging my head against the wall trying to wake up the masses? I tend to feel both are important. Obviously, as we've been sharing today, journalism and all this, it's an effort to reach people, to get them to think And then for me, ultimately, to get back to that exit and build idea we were talking about earlier. But yeah, Carrie, what do you think about this whole idea of whether people are reachable or how we should approach that?
I think there are a lot of people who actually do share our principles, but because of the mountains of propaganda, they've been sort of deluded out of understanding that the system they support is in direct violation of those principles. So I'm not sure it's the lack of principle. I think it's a real distortion of reality that they're victims of. But I'm glad you guys are talking about principle, because that was actually kind of the final parting thought I wanted to give, is that I think for a lot of us, it would be a lot easier to just go with the crowd, to just tell people what they want to hear, get a lot more retweets, get a lot more shares, get a lot more funding, because it's a bigger crowd. But as far as I know, none of us are willing to do that. And I really appreciate it. And when I say easy, it's like, well, in the long term, it wouldn't be easier for us because we'd be violating our own principles. But, and I don't think it's easier. There are a lot of people who maybe used to agree with us, and then they went down the establishment road. Either they went really pro MAGA. That's primarily what I'm thinking of. And just to give them a little grace, I don't want to just assume it's because it was easier and they want to get more followers and more money. Like, I think they got sucked back into the machine in a lot of ways. And I think other people maybe actually did consciously choose to just go with the wind and do what would serve them the most rather than serve the principles the most. So all of the people I'm looking at here, thank you for not doing that, for sticking with the principles, even when it's hard, even when it feels really disempowering. I know that I felt that way, to just continue to espouse my beliefs without giving into the crowd. I find that hard to do. Well, maybe it's not hard, because in no way would I ever do that. So this is the easier route for me. Although there's more material hardship, to me, it feels a lot better in alignment with my soul. And I appreciate that I recognize that in you guys too. So thank you all. I got to hop off, but good luck. I hope you continue to fundraise, and I hope if you're watching that you consider what I just said, what everyone is saying. These are really principled people, and I really value that they value the truth above all else. I know that's a loaded term, and it can be very subjective in this day and age, but their commitment to sharing what they find with you and doing it with integrity and consistency is, I think, invaluable. So if you can support them, please do. I know it's tough times for everybody right now, but if you're in a position to, I know that it will go toward really good work.
Thank you, Carrie.
Appreciate you. Well, James, welcome. How are you, brother? I know you had to get up early for us, so appreciate you joining. You're muted.
Yeah. It's 6:30 a.m. here, and I just rolled out of bed. So this is more serious and deep a conversation than I was expecting.
That's perfect.
Well, thanks for waking up for us, James.
No problem.
I wanted to bring it to a conversation we could jump into. And this is something that kind of Matt was touching on, and I'm sure we've all covered intensively, and it's just one of your investigations, Derrick, that I think is an important one. And this was August 2020. Multiple studies predicted governments become authoritarian in response to pandemics. And what and this is something you even talked about, I even think before the posted on TLAV, right? It just was a predictive point, where the study showed you that they argued that they could fake something, ultimately use that, whether real or not, which the study highlights, to drive us into, I don't know, an authoritarian government that we're all watching build around us right now. Just, your work, but go ahead, a topic we can get into.
Yeah, I'll just share on that again. This is just another example for everybody who's been here with us now for 3.5 hours of why I think TLAV and the conscious resistance, should get your support, because this is another story that a source, a friend in this case, reached out to me and said, hey, have you ever heard of this thing called parasite stress theory? And I'd never heard of it before. And then as soon as I did, that series, I think, is just 2 parts. But basically, I looked into it, as you were saying, Ryan, this theory has been studied, including by some folks tangentially connected to the Rockefellers and Gates. I'm not saying it was directly, but there's definitely some connections. And essentially, they measured the response from humans and the way we react to war, to famine, to pandemics. It was like 4 or 5 different topics, and they found in numerous studies that pandemics have a very specific response in humans. That we go into fear mode, as it says, we become more obedient, and governments become more authoritarian, kind of in combination. And even explicitly saying in one of the studies, making the point that even if the pandemic wasn't real, if there's an imagined belief in it, all those same consequences end up showing up. So yeah, I think it was just another cool story that a source reached out to me, shared it with me, and I thought, you know what, we need to report on this. And especially at that chaotic time, what did you say it was, Ryan? August 2020. Yes. So many of us are trying to understand what was happening. To me, it was like another piece of the puzzle making sense.
Absolutely. And welcome, Steve, to the show.
Well, thank you, man.
Good to have you, brother.
Yeah. Congratulations, you guys, or best of luck, or however it works with the trying to wrangle the show together for another several months or years. It's always fun, new challenges each and every day.
Yes, it is.
It is. Gene, heck yeah.
Gene from Faithless Talents joining us. Thanks for joining, brother.
Hey, everybody. Thanks
Cool,
for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're joining too, because I don't think we've had anybody else so far from the music side. I mean, Derrick is a musician as well, but from the kind of truth perspective from the music side, we've had interviews about this in the powerful ability, both comedy and other aspects of it too, but using music to try to reach people with information. You feel free to talk about that or anything else. Just I wanted to give you a shout out for that, because it's it's hard out there speaking that truth through the music, which then the industry spits out of its mouth. So thank you for doing that.
Absolutely, man. Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely not the easiest path, just like doing the independent journalism that most of the people in this room are doing. It'd be way easier to just, promote the far left politics of the day or the right wing, MAGA politics. That's a lot more of the easier route to cash in and get clicks and likes. But to kind of try to give an objective truth and be principled is much more of a lonelier path, but it's a more rewarding path. So yeah,
thanks for being here, Gene. Yeah, thanks for being here. Ryan, I think Robert might have to leave in a moment, so maybe Robert, if you have any other thoughts you want to share, we appreciate you being here, brother.
No, I just wanted to say that look, independent media in these times it's an incredibly powerful force, an important force. And so we need TLAV, we need other outlets as well that are also struggling, but TLAV must remain in order to help us redirect the conversation in a way that is not partisan, that actually reflects what we believe to be true. And especially when we're heading into a potential war against Iran, of course, the genocide in Gaza, which are perhaps the topics which, are more to do with what I cover here. But for everything that's currently happening, and of course, everything's evolving on a day-to-day basis now. But if we don't have TLAV and we don't have independent media, the people are going to be left without anything genuine. And that's just the reality, because there are many journalists, there are many reporters, there are many people trying to put out their message in different ways. And we just don't have the financial backing that those in the corporate media do, those who are putting out a very partisan point of view do. And so our voices are often undermined and they're often not heard. And especially as the media environment sort of transforms now, people are taking over what the independent media used to rule. So when we're talking about podcasts and online shows and, even publishing articles, Substack, for instance, we've got a lot of that mainstream reporting and policed reporting, which is obviously mass promoted on all of these platforms, while we're having, for instance, our Gmail accounts or Google, Instagram, whatever it may be, TikTok, everything taken away from us. So we need platforms like this in order to be able to get our message out. And if people don't agree with it, then that's fine. But at the end of the day, that needs to be there. Our messages need to be there. And again, without outlets like TLAV, that's just not going to be possible.
Yeah, I agree, brother. And I mean, it's really about presenting facts, what we believe are the facts with our source material to back them up and letting people decide for themselves, which is what you're highlighting, right? I mean, that's exactly paramount. And even if you disagree with what the facts show, you can acknowledge, we would like to believe we could acknowledge what facts are, but that's part of the problem today, is that the very basis of information has been undermined with, just outright deception, but the usual kind of muddying of the waters, But yeah, thank you for joining today, Robert. I mean,
thank you, Robert.
Part of our team, and so appreciate you, brother.
Thanks for having me.
I want to throw the topic in, and again, feel free to take it. Jump in.
I think Desi has to go. Maybe we could let her sign off real quick.
I'm not looking at the chat. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. I'll be quick about it. I don't have more words than I've already spoken about this great panel, and thank you guys again for inviting me. It's really an honor. I was excited the second I got the message. I was like, absolutely, I'm great because I love to be around like-minded people. And do keep the conversation on COVID forever because it's just, that's my baby. So it's one of the things. I was one of those people, just like we were talking about, that there's those you can't convince, no matter how close you are to them. My father was a victim of this, and I lost him just last year. So from his fourth booster. So, it's one of those things that even if you know everything in the world about it, and trust me, I talked till my lungs fell flat with him. And that's the real reason, because he listened to CNN and he thought that Dr. Fauci was a saint. And it's, I know that it's voices because I hear it from people that did listen to me and did listen to other great minds that were conscious and aware of what was going on and careful with trusting the government, which is always a horrible idea. There's people out there, and I can rest easy at night knowing that, the other people out there that still remain in my heart and out in the world, that they can turn to many of the people here on this panel and hopefully make better choices. I'm so grateful to be part of the panel, guys. Thank you so much again.
Thanks for being here with us.
And make sure you check out her work as well. Interviews with her. She's doing great work out there. So appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Ryan, will you provide links to everybody? I'm not familiar with everybody in the room. Will you provide contact links?
Yeah, now you said that too. I'll make a point to include a link to everybody's work after the fact in the show notes and on the post as well.
We've probably had like 20 people plus in here throughout the last 3.5 hours. So we'll definitely put everybody's links out there.
Yeah. You never really know who's going to pop in. So I'm honored to have all you guys. I'll make sure I made a note.
Well, before we go to the next topic, Ryan, I think you had one in mind. If you want to go there first, I have one more whenever there's time. Another story we've covered, pretty much the only ones at TLAV, at least in the beginning. But I just want to shout out again, we did get another $100 donation a moment ago, $100 8 minutes ago, $400 8 minutes ago. People are supporting. So thank you to everybody who has been doing that. Everybody who's joined us late. This money is specifically for the Conscious Resistance and Last American Vagabond, for Ryan and I to continue our 5.5-year collaboration. The money's being split right down the middle. It's going to help us continue to do breaking, independent news articles, as we've been highlighting the stories that people have brought to me directly or to Ryan and that we've been able to report on. I want to highlight another one that was one of the first stories that we did together. I think it was the second month I was writing for you back in June 2020. We were the first people that I know of to really pay attention, and I was one of the only people to go in person to the fluoride trial to cover the fluoride lawsuit. This was a huge one that obviously so many people here familiar with the dangers and concerns around fluoride. It's probably one of the first things you start questioning. But when I learned originally in 2018, 2019, that there was a lawsuit going on, it was like, oh, this could potentially go somewhere. And then at the beginning, June 2020 was the first week of the actual trial. And of course it was COVID. So it was all locked down and it was via Zoom in San Francisco courtroom, but technically via Zoom. And I started doing this series of articles for TLAV, basically just kind of live tweeting at first and then turning those into articles based on being in the virtual courtroom and having to learn, more about science than I already knew, which was not a whole lot, but learning different terminology to keep up with the fast pace of the courtroom. And then eventually 4 years later, whenever the trial did resume, going to San Francisco in person for 2 weeks to report on the fluoride lawsuit and the subsequent stories that have come out through there. The thing, because, it's been reported on here and there in the mainstream and even in the alternative, but there's so much minutia. There's so many, what I would consider to be smoking guns in this lawsuit, emails that were released showing clear evidence of cover up from the CDC's oral health division and people trying to block the National Toxicology Program study from coming out that eventually did come out that said that fluoride poses an unreasonable risk to the neurodevelopment of children. That stuff did get covered, except for pretty much in our articles. I think Children's Health Defense did some as well. I will shout out Brenda over there, who has been on this, but for the most part, we've been exclusively the ones touching on this. I know James interviewed some people involved with as well. The attorney, Michael Connett, he's gotten out there. But just to me, another big story that once it did hit the mainstream, of course, they took their spin on it. Now it's basically anybody who talks about fluoride, you must be some RFK crazy. But there's so much documented evidence in there. And James, that's something you've covered for, as long as any of us. Any thoughts on that, the fluoride lawsuit or the change of sort of tune on that?
Yeah, it's been a remarkable story, and thank you so much for covering it, Derek. Honestly, without you there in the courtroom, it would have been a very different coverage, and my understanding of it would have been different. And I liken it to the coverage of the what was it, the Michael Mann lawsuit against Stein, Mark Stein, a few years ago, which was one of those ones where I was following it because somebody was putting out a podcast of like every single day. They were summarizing what had gone on in the courtroom, and that gave such a different viewpoint of what was going on that if I had just heard about that trial and then heard about the result, I would not have understood it at all. And I think similarly with the fluoride idea, it was just being in that courtroom and seeing what was happening. I'm sure you were able to actually understand what the sort of deeper meaning of what was going on and able to report that. And if we had an outlet that was funded with the ability to do this on a more regular basis, can you imagine the types of actual true independent media reporting we could be getting out of things like this? My mind boggles. So I just want to give the hats off to you for doing that and setting an example that I hope other people will follow, whether TLAV or not related.
Yeah.
I just hope more people would start doing that and getting actual boots on the ground on stories like that.
I mean, I think that 100% the boots on the ground is something that for me personally has always been important in my independent media, and that I wish more of us did. You know, we all do great things in different ways and we all live different places, but I do think whether it's reporting on your own backyard issues or the bigger international issues, to me, those are always my favorite reports. You know, being able to, for example, with the fluoride case, once it did happen in person, I raised a little bit of money through the conscious resistance. And I mean, enough to rent a hotel for a couple of days, to have to eat once a day, and to, you know, take care of my bills just to go there and be there in courtroom and be able to interview all the Dr. Howard Hu, all the lead, you know, witnesses for the fluoride lawsuit. And to your point, James, if you go back, I mean, anytime there's a major trial, you can expect that the Associated Press or Reuters, they're going to report on it, right? They'll have a 6-paragraph thing of today, so-and-so, but there is so many details that are important that the people probably would like to know that just get glossed over, completely ignored. And that is one thing that I've learned from doing trials, because I also was at the Silk Road trial with Ross Ulbricht, you know, a decade ago, went to Barrett Brown's trial back in 2014. I started to realize like that is a specific type of reporting. For one, you know, being able to take notes like really quickly. Obviously, you can read transcripts after the fact, but if you want to get this information and get it to the people as quick as possible, you know, I started doing live tweeting and just being able to keep up. That's a skill on its own, but then also being able to digest the information, which a courtroom, as many of us know here, is a completely different language in a lot of different ways. And if you got to kind of be able to keep up with it quick. But if you don't have somebody in that courtroom reporting, whether it's the fluoride lawsuit or elsewhere, you just get the watered down version that's going to hit the mainstream news.
Yeah. And there's what the thing that stood out to me is the parts that, like you're saying, don't get pointed to, like with everything. Howard Hu was his name, was HU. He had the responses that I think were very, very telling about, you know, what he was actually trying to expose, and whether they're, you know, it adds more flavor and more texture to the reality of the conversation than just the way that AP will frame it as, you know, it's the mainstream coverage, basically, just that it continues.
And I don't think any of the mainstream outlets have ever even, like, yes, they've reported on the overall trial, the lawsuit. Of course, they all try to downplay it, but none of them have ever mentioned the fluoride emails, the emails that were released because of Michael Connett, because of what they got in discovery. And they had access to all this internal CDC emails with the ADA, the American Dental Association, obviously collaborate. I mean, there's just, again, there's like a whole area that even I think I probably didn't do it, you know, justice, because there's just a lot of these emails, and I picked a few segments that I thought were the most telling, and we reported that at TLAV. But that's, again, like, if that's on the front page of the New York Times, that changes the entire conversation. But that's, as we know, won't happen. We all know that. But to the point of why we're here talking about the importance of independent media, those are always my favorite gigs, and I would love to do more of that in 2026. So if anybody out there would like to support, again, we're asking for any amount that you can handle. We understand everybody's facing difficult times, so we're just trying to continue to do what we think provides value, and we're lucky enough to have a lot of friends here with us supporting us. So I'm so honored. Everybody who showed up, James, of course, you've been an inspiration to probably everybody who's been on this panel throughout the last couple hours. So just grateful to continue collaborating with all of you, and to whatever, you know, big things we're going to do in 2026.
You're here. Well, I mean, I think you're aiming for the end of the hour, right? It's probably a good, you know, kind of general point. We'll see how long we go, but why don't we end with a point that, you know, I'm sure everyone knows I'm very much interested in, and kind of the larger, you one of your series on this, and about the kind of larger overview of where this all seems to be going. And we discussed the technocratic Trump administration. Now, this was this is one of my favorite series that you put together, Derrick. And you started with the public-private partnership, pressuring and consolidating the media. Part 3 was the technocratic Trump administration, the Zionist infiltration expands. So whether you want to get into your articles in particular, Derrick, which I welcome, or just everybody else, I just want to set the talking point to end today, because as I'm sure everyone can see by our work and, the different points I focus on, I find this to be probably the most important thing. And as you heard earlier, I very much think it overlaps with the kind of network state agenda, network state agenda, and the larger kind of technocratic people in the administration. But there's so many moving parts to this. And I very much think that this is like the Great Reset in a different version, or rather just the different flavoring. So set that point, let's discuss it.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts on it. Just to kind of why I wrote that, I think that was in September, October. And so much had been happening between, the first 7, 8, 9 months. Here we are now going to the second year of the Trump administration. And it's obviously not just affecting the United States, as Trump is going all over the world. And for me, it felt like things are moving so fast. I don't even think those of us in the so-called independent media, those in the truth movement, et cetera, can even keep up with what's going on. And that is, as I argue in this article, by design. Whether you're talking about Steve Bannon's strategy of flood them with shit, just keep hitting your enemy with as much stuff as possible, or Zuckerberg, who's now friendly with Trump, his strategy of move fast and break things, or Roy Cohn's, Trump's mentor, his philosophy of just move as quick as you can and just, overwhelm your enemy. I believe that's exactly what we're witnessing with the pace of things that are happening. So I talk about numerous examples of the Trump administration using the U.S. government and, of course, taxpayer money to buy stake in different companies and forming public-private partnerships, which a couple of years ago, a lot of people seem to be worried about. Now, all of a sudden, public-private partnerships are a good thing under Trump. It's not socialism when Trump does it, things like that. And then the second one was looking at the various elements of the consolidation and the pressuring of the media, whether you're talking about the Jimmy Kimmel incident and Brendan Carr at the FCC saying we can do this the easy way or the hard way, or the Ellisons and their efforts to become part of the new owners of TikTok, or the forming of the Skydance Paramount Corporation and how that goes into CBS News. Like all of this interconnected with Trump Circle, the technocrats. And then the final one is, of course, just the obvious Zionist technocrat overlap that is pretty clear in Trump's administration. So it covered quite a bit in those 3 articles, but that was the goal for me, is like, okay, maybe I just need to sort of recap all the insanity that's happened at that time within a month or two, because it was just one thing after the next, which again, I think is by design.
I've got plenty to say on this topic. Does anybody else have any thoughts on where that's going? And,
we could all probably do another 4 hours on it, but I just this morning, and my apologies for being late. We're dealing with apartment inspections and stuff. And, so we went on like a 4-mile hike right after the show this morning. Ice Barbie, Kristi Noem came out and said, regular American citizens should be prepared to be pressed for their papers to prove their citizenship this morning. That's what she said yesterday. She came out and said that. And just think of the acceleration that it was being discussed a moment ago from you have to QR code if you want to order because it's contactless at the restaurant now because of the sniffles, to we're going to send shock troops door to door in the neighborhoods, kicking in, yanking people out of their homes and violently detaining American citizens just to beat, humiliate, and continuously harass them into allowing the continuance of the shock troops going door to door. And it's only been 5 years. And now we're talking about the bait and switch with the UK's digital ID thing, where they're like, oh, we've decided against it, but they really haven't. They're just implementing. Ian Davis has done some very, very good work about this. I would recommend people going and checking that out. But Derrick's work on the technocratic Trump administration, that's what I send to people when they're like, I didn't vote for this. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And here's why. And it's all laid out thoroughly in this series.
Yeah, right. And maybe just don't.
If only we could get to the I didn't vote for this part of the conversation, though, because a lot of people have decided retroactively that, and yes, I did indeed vote for this. But I guess there's no saving a lot of people. But no, the important part of this is that with every new administration, we get to see where they're going to take the next 17 steps towards tyranny. In which direction are they going to take them? And with Trump, I think it was obvious, not only with the people that he was surrounding himself with. I mean, Vance right off the bat with the Teal connection, but everyone else who was populating that cast of characters that certainly Trump 2.0 represents, which gives away the game as to where they're going with this. Which direction are they going to take it? Well, they're taking it in the technocratic state direction, and here's the exact playbook essentially that they're going to use. And how many days did we have to wait before, Project Stargate basically announced the way things are going to go? 2 days, was it? Anyway, so to me, yeah, the writing is on the wall. The only interesting part of the political game to me at this point is to get to see which direction they're going to take the agenda, which is a singular agenda, which we all know they're marching towards. I'm going to have to get out of here to go on with the rest of my day. But thank you guys for doing what you do. Everyone who's watching this who at all likes my work, please support TLAV, because they do such incredible, important day-to-day reporting that I definitely use in the compilation for my reports. So I do appreciate all the work you guys are doing. Hats off. Hope you get $1 billion and that we take down the Trump technocratic state and every other globalist institution in the process. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, James.
Great praise from James. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, and globalist. That's an important term that seems to be very, very much shied away from a lot of people, even though it is textbook what we're talking about. I find that so fascinating, don't you guys? Like, if you look up the word, it's become, this is how it's been played in the left-right paradigm, is that it's basically, if you're out there using woke pronouns and saying lefty things, then you're a globalist. It's like, would you read that? It's obviously about a one, you could make it a one world thing, but it has to grow into that. It's about one entity being able to influence, control policy. And it's a globalist idea. It's a one state, new world order kind of dynamic. And it's interesting that then gets ignored when you see, the U.S. government in its occupying nations, that's the same idea. But today it's just on the surface of it. So I find it fascinating that term doesn't get used to describe it,
If you use globalist too much, man, you're going to end up with Steve doing his freaking Alex Jones impression. It's probably about to happen any minute. But Brian, I want to throw it to Brian real quick. We haven't heard from him in a little bit. Man, you've been around a long time, brother. And since Ryan brought up globalist, one of the people who popularized that term more than most people is Alex Jones, of course. And I think, we're going to start wrapping up here the next 10 minutes, but I'm just curious, Brian, as somebody who's been around for a long time and stayed consistent in principles, what are your thoughts when you see people like Jones, and not just him, but others who have, everything that we're seeing, just towing the line, literally the guy who made 4 documentaries about warning about the American police state, now cheering on ICE, cheering on Trump, cheering on this stuff. What the heck has happened, man?
Well, Derrick, what I want to talk about here is the fact that, I am a globalist, and I've always been a globalist, and I've just pretended not to be a globalist, okay? Just so we're clear about that. And I have laryngitis right now, so.
No, I think it's pathetic, man, and that's what happens when somebody, it's almost like the mask slips off and this guy never followed principle when he can so easily slip away and endorse J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, where you can distill their name into one word, Palantir. So you got this guy who warned us for 3 decades on air against the technocratic state, pushing the technocratic state. Yeah, you could make it up, but why would you have to? The script is pretty much writing itself. And it's so surreal, Derrick, and all you guys out there. By the way, when I say I appreciate everybody who's willing to have the courage to take a stand on principle, I mean that, because I know exactly what it costs you. We could be making tons of money if we just picked a side, man. Just be a Democrat. Just be a Republican. Push Team MAGA. You can make bank by playing both of those sides. But I'm telling you, man, that is not the way to go. And if we want to kill this country and kill the world, we should just go down the road of Alex Jones. And that's why I pick apart Owen Schroyer, because he will act like he sees through the Alex Jones charade and the nonsense, and he'll say the right things about Donald Trump sometimes, but then he easily goes back to the trough. And I hate to say it, because I kind of like Owen on a personal level, and I like some of these guys, it seems, on a personal level, but you can't trust them, because what if somebody more deceptive then Donald Trump comes along. And Donald Trump is not deceptive by any means. But what if somebody just a little bit more deceptive, who's a little bit more slick, like J.D. Vance, he's a good speaker, comes along? Well, Alex Jones and the Owen Schroyers and all these people that are, you know, the rightist pundits of the world, they're going to be completely on board selling the tickets to the next boxcar coming along to the gas chambers.
Owen will get a Marjorie Taylor Greene tramp stamp if she keeps this up. Because yeah, that was the first person, Brian, that popped into my head when you said that. Just a little bit more deceptive than Trump. And I remembered Margie going out on Tim Dillon's show and soft launching her 2028 presidential run, which she didn't actually announce it, but it was a campaign interview. That's what that thing was. And I'm like, oh, well, real MAGA is now going to shift over here, and that's going to be the pressure release valve for them for a few years. And she probably could run a very duplicitous campaign and succeed where, if anybody could reunite that faction, her working with Bannon and going a America only direction might convince some of the dupes that are still out there. But it's going to be wild to see how they unleash election season on us for the 2028 general. This one, they're just trying to get as many people demoralized, beat up, or locked up as possible because they know they're going to spend 2 years in impeachment hearings. So they're trying to, that's why it feels like the foot's heavy on the gas right now, because it is. You got a shrinking window of time to get all of this crap done, because then they know they're just going to be deadlocked for the next 2 years. Everybody's going to agree on that $1.5 trillion military budget, though.
Yes. Yes.
And it's very crafty the way they do this, because, and I know you guys have noticed this, it's plain as the nose on your face, but when you're against the tyranny of ICE, all of a sudden you become, in the eyes of the conservatives who used to say, medical passports, showing your ID, show me your papers, no way. But then all of a sudden you're against the very tyranny that they claim to one day be against. And now you're just a leftist lunatic who's, taking the position of the blue hairs or whatever it is. So Man, what I want to ask you guys is, and I don't want to veer away from Derrick's original question here, but it is disheartening. And what's even more disheartening than seeing an Alex Jones or an Owen Schroyer or a Team MAGA or a TPUSA garnering tens of millions of just loyal followers is the fact that there are tens of millions of loyal followers that are actually falling for something that you and I see as, whoa, why can't you see you don't even need the they live glasses. You can see it's a skeletal structure standing before you, and it's an alien from another planet. Why aren't you seeing this? How do you guys personally overcome this? And do you think that at the end of the day, we can overcome this?
That's a great question. Maybe we can make that sort of a closing question as we start to wrap up here and go around there. And
Okay.
as we do that, I just want to give a shout out again. We've got a couple more donations coming in. We're at $14,213, guys. So thanks to everybody. $263, excuse me. And I just want to kind of push everybody who's maybe been with us for the last 4 hours. If you haven't given any amount, if you can give $20, this would be the time to do it. This campaign will continue to go for at least, the next few days or so after we're live. But it would be awesome if while we were live, if we could hit 15,000. This money is going to be split right down the middle between me and Ryan to continue to do our articles and our investigations that we've been discussing today. So if you've got a little bit of change in your pocket and you can give, guys, givesendgo.com. The link is in the show notes. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into that question. That's a great question, Brian, on if we think we can reach people, if we think we can stop what's coming. What do you think, Tim?
I think that it's just, the older you get and the more you see, the longer you live through shit, it just becomes more obvious, I was a young dude. I was in college when the Bush administration was going into Iraq and Afghanistan and all that. And so I thought, okay, that team is bad. Let's go. I want to be with the lefties. And so the right at the time was just all open war. We're going to go do this. The left was all kind of clandestine a bit. Let's do drone strikes instead. We're not going to invade. We're going to do drone strikes. We're going to kill that way. Meanwhile, the whole, grid system control thing is being built up behind. And we're talking about 2028. Yeah, that's going to be off the hook. So, I mean, what have we got on one side? We got J.D. Vance, and who's the other guy on the other side? Who's going to be Newsom? Is it going to be AOC? But remember what happens, you open up the border, let all this come in, all the people come in, and then the next party that's in charge says, now we need all this digital surveillance and digital lockdown control. So those two things coming back and forth. And what I don't like is, many people that I grew up with, people I know that my peers and everything, or people older than me, younger, they just, they're off on teams, like they get one little win, they hear a sound bite. Oh, I like that. I used to be like that as well. But once you start, living long enough and seeing it, it just repeats itself over and over again. So I don't know how you tell people that. I'm not the solutions guy. Derrick's a great solutions guy, but it's just, once you just see everything, it just all falls into place. So no matter what happens, 2020, it's going to be off the hook. I hope people, especially just after the recent COVID, the 1984 nonsense, I think that woke up a lot of people. I think, I hope that they'll be more skeptical.
Well, I'll jump in then. I think it's an important question, and there's a lot. Actually, quickly to your point, Tim. I call the teeter totter. And I think what you highlighted there is so very important, that it's a game of, and I'll also say too that I think that dynamic is what they already used, and it'll be something different next time. But it's important to see how it's used. That ultimately they play that, where I'm the party fighting. It's sort of the rebel fight, the deep state lie. The conservatives are pushing, even though now they're in power, is they frame it as I'm the one fighting that evil force. But then as it flips, then they do COVID, and now the Republicans fighting that evil force, and then then it gain that power and influence back and forth. But to Brian's question, I'm of the mind, and I actually think this is unpopular even in our circles. I'm of the mind that most conservatives do not support what's overall happening right now. And I think it's a mixed bag. I think like you could easily say all of that crowd I'm talking about, half or the majority of them might still choose to support them, even though they don't support what's happening, if that makes sense. Like there's a whole level to it, but I believe if you look close enough that they're promising them a lot of important stuff that isn't happening, lower cost, smaller government. I mean, you can go down the list, and I'm of the mind that there's only one of two options. Either all these people are literally willing to go against and support things that go against what they wanted to happen for the team, but there's a part of that, or there are people that are now suddenly starting to confront the fact that, okay, well, that's not what we were promised, but he keeps promising it'll come, or maybe it is happening. And I think that's growing rapidly. We saw that with Epstein. We saw it with a lot of things. And I think right now that most conservatives are just slowly trying to come to terms, not teams for Republicans, but conservatives, that they're being misled. And so it's a game of which, are they going to still go, well, Kamal was worse, so I'll just stick it out? That there's more to it. But to the point, though, is I think that we are making that difference. And I think that, that effort that you were describing, that we have, or that Matt was talking about, like we have to keep doing that, because I believe we make a difference every time we do. I just don't think it registers. It doesn't show in the view count, but we watch it. And I think that's what all this is about, is to drive us to a place to where those opinions can no longer influence the masses, that we just have to, sign in, digital ID, digital money, and just follow along. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, I'll just hop in real fast because I got to get going. Yeah. I just want to encourage everybody out there that's still watching and listening, please find in your hearts and your wallets to donate to the Last American Vagabond. Ryan, Derrick, and so many other people that have been part of this conversation are doing tremendous work, and we got to keep this, the independent media going. So this perspective is getting out there. And I do think, what is the solution to all these challenges that we're faced with? I definitely don't think it's going to come through voting for somebody on the left or somebody through the right. I don't think there's any elected official that's going to save us. Like, we have to save ourselves. I know in Eric's work, he talks about the exit and build strategy. And I think that's really going to be the way forward, is building intentional communities, creating parallel systems. I'd love to see a parallel system to the mainstream music industry, and mainstream film and television industry. We need to have it not just independent journalism. We need to have it in all the independent arts too, because all those are weapons against the ruling class. So anyway, thank you again for having me here. And Steve, it's great to see you. I think we should hear Steve's Alex Jones impersonation before you wrap up the stream. And yeah, y'all, keep doing what you're doing. Stay fearless. Keep fighting the good fight. And 2026 hopefully will be a great year for all of us. And
thanks.
Next fundraiser, we can do Wheel of Impressions with me. We'll just I'll lay out like 10 or 15 of them, and we can spin the wheel, and wherever it lands, we can rock with it.
Well, thank you for joining, Gene, and make sure you guys check out Faithless Town. It's an amazing band, very talented, and I appreciate you, brother.
Thank
you, brother.
Gene's a man.
Sweet. All right, Steve, what are you thinking, man? How you feeling? How you want to wrap things up on your end?
Yeah, no, you guys, I can't thank you enough for all of the work that you put out over the years, and how much of an inspiration it's been, and how much of an icebreaker the work that you do, independently and then together, how much of an icebreaker that's been over there before I even knew you guys, got to know you guys or anything like that, point out specifically, and Brian too, these are and Corbett, you do such genuinely sincere work that even if people are opposed to the ideas or the facts that you're putting out, like it's impossible to attack the integrity of where it's coming from, and that is incredibly disarming. Yeah, and as far as reaching people, and so it's one of those things where we lean into that bit of it. We continue supporting TLAV, supporting conscious resistance, getting the boots on the ground journalism, getting people out together and in public space, because the whole point of lockdowns and stuff like that was to isolate us, to make sure that we woke up every day thinking I am the only person I know that thinks like this or thinks this is wrong or weird or crazy, and that ain't the case. So continuing to support these guys has a huge impact on everybody else too, because the more that we can make sure that their work proliferates, the longer we can continue to have these conversations here, as opposed to FEMA Camp 11471-C.
And I want to add one more thing about TLAV. Another point is that some of us, like
I love you all. Take care.
Love you, brother.
Thanks, Steve. You guys, I've only discovered you in the past 5 years or so, 5-6 years. Other people are kind of similar to me, but you have been at it for 15 years or more. So anything that's coming up in the future, there's a pretty good chance you've already talked about it years ago. So you guys are way ahead of the curve, and appreciate you so much. And it's just so fun to actually be able to talk with you, to share things with you, and always looking forward to what you have next. So yeah, thank you,
brother.
And not only talked about it, but researched it and cited it and backed up every word that you said, which is golden.
Thank you, brother. Thank you both.
I was on that though, that conscious resistance and high impact flicks, well longer than I've been doing it. The same point goes for that, the long track record of continuing to do that work. So thank you, Tim. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you to both of you for being here with us, and to everybody. I think we've had more than 20 really all-stars in different ways, people who are active on Twitter, people who are making documentaries, writing articles, different parts of the world. I feel super honored and humbled to count you guys as friends, and everybody who's been here, and to everybody who has donated, and those who might be here in this recording and giving afterwards. I just want to tell you where we're at as we're about to wrap up. We just passed 14,500. We're at 14,647, almost to $15,000. Thank you guys so much for giving here, and really just supporting the work that we're doing. As everybody's been saying, this is going to go towards Ryan and I doing more deep investigations, just like the story I broke this week of the UN insider. We've got more stories we want to break exclusively this year in 2026, and we don't have the big budget of the New York Times to spend 6 months on a story and get paid a fat salary. So we need your support, guys. We don't want to have to rely on putting things behind paywalls or ads. Nothing against anybody who does, but we want to make sure that our work is as accessible as possible. And for Ryan and I, the best way to do that is to collaborate with all these wonderful folks you've seen today, and to just work with you. You want something out of this, you want to invest in journalism, then you're going to get articles, you're going to get deep dive podcasts with Ryan, you're going to get collaborative interviews between us, and we're going to be doing some documentary work this year, guys. So thank you truly from the bottom of my heart for everybody who's supported. And Ryan, of course, brother, thank you for inviting me to be a part of TLAV 5.5 years ago.
Yeah, and right back at you, man. Like I said before, your work was some of the work that I saw when I was first starting this, and it has had a profound effect on me. And same that he said in general. Just want to echo all the same sentiments, that it's you can't even express in words what it means that that this support is out there for us, and we wouldn't be able to do it without you. As I often say, you are the last American vagabond. You are the conscious resistance. That's
We
important.
just passed 15,000, Ryan. Being Grateful Resistance, Being Grateful Resistance G is their name. They put down $500. Kevin the Fiddler, 250, says, eternally grateful for your invaluable work, which is needed now more than ever. Truly honored to contribute and hope you know how much you're appreciated. And there's more and more wonderful comments. Wow. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everybody.
Well, I'll leave on a couple notes, but just that will continue. We'll both decide when we want to end up pulling that back. Maybe we leave it up for a place to donate, because some of them may be recurring donations that we'll go through. I believe that was an option. So we'll go through that. But, just continue to support the work, support High Impact Flicks, support Tim Hincliffe and anybody else in this. Everyone you saw here that has, as we said, principled. Whether we disagree or not, integrity and principles guide their actions, their thoughts, and that has to matter today more than ever. And unless you have any other final thoughts, guys, I was going to leave with just one kind of sentiment out on the way out. You have any thoughts to wrap us up with, guys? Okay.
Good to go.
I'll leave it with just a couple of thoughts that I wanted to show here on the way out. One was I didn't get a chance to share one of our interviews with James. I'll include all the stuff you saw today, all the links. But the engineered division and subservience under the guise of resistance. We've touched on this a ton today. Whether it's the network state point, whether it's technocracy itself, whether it's Trump promising, remove the Fed, but a CBDC is really what's happening, or a stable coin version of it. It's this kind of idea that I think we at least need to question. I could be wrong. We could all be wrong, but it's about asking, is this possible? Are we being framed or given what we want, but really it's a rug pull or a bait and switch? And I'll include some of the last shows I did on this, the fake globalist resistance ushering in the globalist plan, or the idea of just a larger connection. The Trump and the Zionist globalist technocrats are building your new society, whether you like it or not. And all I really ask is that people consider that might be what's happening, and don't just take the bait. The thing that we've always wanted, they dangle in front of you, despite how often we've been misled by government left and right our entire lives. So thank you all for being here. Honored that we got this much so far, and we're going to continue to do great work for you no matter what. So love you all. And as always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.